hello, and welcome back as Ion Radio comes back on the air here at the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg. It is the Star Wars Armada World Championships at AdeptiCon. Along with me is Garrett Vance. Adrian is at the table side. John is playing in the tournament. We will get back to you on that. And again, special thank you to Will Schick, who joined us at the end of our last stream.
I mean, massive thank you. All right, everybody, thanks for tuning back in. Looks like we've got the start of round 3 here. This is table 4, is that correct?
That is correct. This is going to be table 4. We're doing this for a couple different reasons. One, again, fleet variety, but two, a few folks did say they did not want to be on stream this round. I think they felt that perhaps it was a little, what's the word I'm looking for? They wanted to chill out and relax where they were, I think,
Daniel
is kind of where it was.
Back to back yesterday, so he was looking for a break.
But beyond that, we went down, and Colin, who won LCQ, is now back with a different fleet, so we think this ought to be fun for you guys to watch. So why don't we go to fleets and kind of go from there. Garrett, do you want to get started?
I will. So Colin here, again, outbound flight on Discord. He is from Utah, and of course he qualified yesterday, Lance Chance qualifier. And let's talk about this list he's brought. Now this is a Rebel list, and it's got a really exciting setup here. So Colin, he's got an MC30 with General Kraken, and on that he's got expert shield techs, ordnance experts, external racks, those H9 turbo lasers, and foresight. He's got 2 CR90Bs, CR90Bs with Captain Rex ion cannon batteries, and then Dodonna's Pride on the other one. He's got GR75s with ADAR and boosted comms, and GR75s with Torn Far. He's got a squad ball consisting of Lando, Shara Bay, Dutch Vander, 3 YT 2400s, Rogue Squadron, and an A-Wing Squadron. The other list that we have here is going to be from our player Mirko Manvi, and he is from Team Germany. He is out of Frankfurt, and he's played his fleet for 6 to 8 months. And let's talk about that. It is a separatist fleet. It consists of 2 naked Gazanti Sea-Rock cruiser flotillas, a magnificent comms frigate with TF-1726 as his admiral, Tykes, those B-2 rocket troopers, which are required, point defense ion cannons, and LTTs. He's got a magnificent comms frigate with B-2 rocket troopers, Pittix, and LTTs, and then he's got a Providence carrier consisting of Shumai, thermal shields, B-2 rocket troopers again for that TF, ordnance pods, and Pittix, and H9 turbo lasers on his. So we got 2 ships on 2 sides with H9 turbo lasers. The Rebel fleet here is pretty unique. I haven't seen Captain Rex officer used in a long time, but I'm excited to see how this MC30 reacts. Kraken, great admiral for the Rebels, and then there's 2 TF-1726 in this event, so it's excited to see one of these separatist fleets. The objective that has been picked is volatile deposits. First player is
going to be Colin.
Is going to be Colin, the Rebels. So playing into the separatist players' volatile deposits. And right now they're beginning to get set up here with their obstacles on this board. And then we're going to swing back here and talk a little bit more about their fleets. So on Colin's, of course, he used that really great, what he called it, the King Cog Black Dice Kuwait Imperial fleet yesterday, or 2 days ago at the last chance qualifier. And now he's got this. And what do you think, Ken? This is your expertise, all right?
So
Clue us in.
Colin is flying a Kraken list, right? And we've got my favorite ship of the game, an MC30 torpedo frigate. And, anytime you're dealing with Kraken, your first thing you want to think about is what can you move at speed 3 that truly does exactly what you need it to, which is be somewhat maneuverable and be able to survive and go here. Question was asked in the chat. This is a 4-round day, and we're now in round 3. when you look at the rest of the fleet, 2 CR90s, easily, and can go to speed 3 or 4, highly maneuverable. The transports, you're going to move them at speed 3. They're going to kind of be in the background, not a big deal. And you have a bunch of rogue squadrons with the YT-1300s. You've got Rogue, Lando are in there. You've got Shara and Dutch kind of backing you up as well, along with another A-wing. That, I believe, is predominantly to make sure you have an even number of squadrons to deploy.
I think so.
Kraken, again, one of my personal favorites. I like running Kraken. And when you start looking at what Mirko has, you've got 2 Gazantis, those munificent Kroms frigates. They're going to max out at speed 2. So you could theoretically run some circles around them with the MC-30s. It's the Providence that would concern me, because that's going to be a tough nut to crack. So it depends on what you wind up making in terms of really shooting these ships down.
Interestingly, he didn't bring Wat Tambor. He brought Shu Mai, and I believe that's the re-roll generating officer for the CIS. You pick a couple rounds that are non-consecutive. What do you think about the choice to bring CR90Bs?
Well, CR90Bs, by default, that's the one that has all blue dice, correct?
I believe so. You don't see them that often.
No, you don't. But when you really pay attention to the differences between a CR90A and a CR90B, the big thing is instead of red dice, you're rolling blue dice. It's the same quantity, but that's the biggest difference. It is 5 points less expensive. And if you're really using Kraken and your concept is to move at speed, Dodonna's Pride is that fun crit where,
Yes.
let me pull the card up so I remember exactly what it is, because you don't see it often.
Interesting.
It's where you're canceling attack dice to deal 1 face-up damage. So it's like an APT that just doesn't hit like you don't get the extra damage from the APT, but you get to ignore the shields, which is kind of a nifty capability. Now the other one, beyond having Jaina's Light, also has,
Captain
as I'm
Rex.
looking at this, you have Captain Rex and ion cannon batteries. And again, we're looking at some non-normal, or not normal, but not typical equipment on a CR90B. So if you look at and I know that we have ships being deployed, we'll get to that in a minute. But ion cannon batteries, you're choosing and discarding 1 command token from the defender if you get that blue crit. If they don't have any command tokens, you're losing a shield instead. Now, point here is that is a shield.
Yes.
And then Captain Rex for that squadron dial, choose an enemy at close range, gains a raid token. So a little bit of opportunity to throw in some raid there, which may or may not help.
And even his second ability is while you're at distance 1 to 3 of an enemy ship, that ship can only discard only 1 raid token of any type when it discards a command dial. So he really limits how much you can control the raid on you. I guess the ion cannon batteries, if you think about it, are a lot more useful now that we have lots of different ships that require command tokens to refresh cards. Right?
Worth noting also, just for streaming purposes here, and actually I'm going to get that information bar off the screen so we can see the deployment a little bit easier. But Mirko is at the bottom of your screen, Colin is at the top. Now moving right along.
You know what, this is also a really good fleet with the volatile deposits and the blue crits on that card.
Yes.
Let's take a look at that objective.
Let me pull up volatile deposits, because you know what, sometimes objectives, especially some that people don't play all the time, or you may not be as familiar with, it's always a good thing to be able to see what they have. So let me get this up on the screen right now, bringing it up over here. So volatile deposits. I think it is up.
We're just bringing up our clear text here so we can read it accurately for y'all. There we go.
So volatile deposits, you're placing obstacles as normal, and we have 2 dust fields in here. Remember, dust fields block shots.
Line of sight completely.
Special rule is while a ship is attacking another ship, attacker can choose 1 obstacle at distance 1 of the defender. Then you resolve the following critical effect. A blue crit, each ship or squadron at distance 1 of the chosen obstacle will suffer damage equal to half of the total number of crit icons in your attack pool, rounded up. Now, if the defender is one of the first player's ship, it can happen on any crit icon. And then at the end of the round, for each asteroid field, you'll sum up the command values of your ships at distance 1, and then you will, whoever has the most gains a victory token.
This is a really convenient objective for Mirko to have in his kit that Collins can pick, right? I mean, his whole fleet's based around blue crits, and as second player, or first player, he can only use blue crits, so.
Right.
Man, he landed a real win here, I got to tell you.
It's going to be something interesting to see how this is really, can he flip, he being Colin, can he flip Mirko's objective in this case?
Yes. And then, yeah, Peter Saber here brought up a great point. Rex with this TF fleet is going to be an interesting combination.
Definitely. So I've pinned the T4 in the chat. Hopefully that's useful so everyone can follow along.
Yep, and look at the other tournament point standings in the game.
I think one kind of critical thing here, let's take a look. How is John doing? Ooh. Looks like John suffered another loss, unfortunately.
He
got 5 points out of it, though.
He did. He's gonna have to come back here a little bit. He's playing. Who is that? Mordecane, I want to say.
I think that's Mordecane. We saw him on stream yesterday.
He's got a tough fleet, so John's got his work cut out for him.
In fact, I think Damon was also on stream yesterday,
I think
maybe.
As well, yeah.
So yeah, John's been facing some tough competition for sure.
All right, so we've got our courtside report here of how our ships are set to speed and which one is which. So if we're looking at the board here, the MC30, which has foresight on it, is at speed 3. The CR90 with Jaina's on it is at speed 3. And then the other Dodonna's Pride is at speed 4. Did that CR90 have Jaina's on it? Maybe our list was wrong and the one on the board is more accurate.
Let me take a look here.
Yeah, it was on there. Yeah. I read right past. It's almost like it's so part of the ship, I don't even bother to see anymore. So we got Jaina's Light is the furthest one over. Dodonna's Pride is the one on the right there at speed 4. So he's coming around hot. He wants to get those face-up criticals. So now we're looking at...
That box there is Derek handing over squad tokens.
More prizes.
I'm just trying to get ready.
I'll take. You know, you want me to just give the? I'll take the whole box. Yeah.
If you don't like what's going on, just start winging them.
Winging.
All right, we're gonna throw squadron tokens.
It's great to note that AMG is handing out some great prizes here at the World Championships. Lots of good stuff.
I have to hand it to Derek. He's running around with a big smile on his face, making sure everyone is getting surprises.
Yep.
And everything else. It's just such a wonderful thing to see.
He's passing out to people who are just standing on the crowd that play Armada. That's awesome to see. Just show up and you're getting acrylic here.
That is funny. I love every minute of it, and I hope we continue to see it. Colin and Mirko here are getting set. We've got our first activation of the day. Looks to be his GR75, moving up with speed 2. What do we have from the court side here in terms of what we have ship-wise?
So back to this, the Torin Far GR75 is the one on the left side of our screen, and Adar Talon at speed 2 is on the right side of the screen. I think Torin Far just sped up to speed 2 there to move forward. The Providence was deployed at speed 2 in the middle, and we have TF and the Munificent on the far left there, and then the regular Munificent at speed 2 is in the middle. And then the Gazantes, the one on the left is at speed 1 and the one on the right is at speed 2. Looks like the one on the right is being deployed. Maybe I have some of these numbers backwards because that looks like that went to speed 1. Once Adrian gets back here, we'll be able to get some more accurate readings on what is happening. All right, Colin's activation is next. He's trying to pick out what ship he wants to go. And it looks like he is going to pick his other GR75, yep. And so that's moving along. All right, and now we're going back on over. Now we're all revolving around these obstacles deployed right here, except for the lamb chop debris field that's put way over there in the far right. And so there's these debris field Nebulon clouds that are blocking these shots. And the most dangerous thing about the Munificence here is their long range front and sides, right? So he's going to try and get into medium range of all these ships here so he can pop those Ray tokens and really start taking advantage of TF stuff. Looks like he is helping to move, so.
You know, another thing here that we should talk about, Garrett, is when you take a look at the Munificent and the arcs they have.
Yep.
What they're able to do out the front is, you know, that it's not like an angle. Most of the other ships in Armada, that front arc hits kind of the corner or along the side of the ship.
Right. Looks like the MC-30 is pulling up a navigation and taking a token.
With the Munificence, that side arc starts on the front of the ship. So the front of the hull zone there. So tons of ability to do an easy double arc facing your opponent.
Right. Yep. And that's why I love him. All right. So he's moving along here. Speed 3, swinging hard. Now, once that Foresight gets over there and drops its payload, he's gonna want to get out of dodge. He's gonna probably try and score a couple of those volatile deposit tokens, and once you get that achieved, you know, move the ship out, and you're good to go. Try and secure that 7 or 8. Looks like we're activating on the CIS here. I think we are applying, making sure we have the right tokens on our upgrade cards. All right, that was Tykes Engineering. TF has revealed a squadron dial, and now he's going to go ahead and start maneuvering. He's being cagey here. All right, so he's in position now. We got a lot of ships to activate here. I don't think any pass tokens were passed out because both of us have 5 ships. All right, Dodonna's Pride, CR90 has a nav command, taking a token. And it looks like he is going to start moving. So I did have those swaps. So that's Dodonna's Pride, and Jaina's Light is in the middle there. Flying really close to the board. Let's take a look here. A lot of the action is going to be happening on, looks like our camera 4.
It looks like a Navigate token that was flipped.
Yep,
it
Providence,
was.
Navigate. Ken over here with his eagle eye.
Well, that's why we have the courtside reporter.
That's
Courtside
right.
reporter gets a great view of the game. But I have to say,
Jaina's taking a nav.
being here in the booth, though, it's kind of fun because when we see the players looking over the dice tray, as soon as they get the result, we're watching their face and what is happening in the tray.
You can see either the blood drain or the excitement roar.
Right, and it's you know what, this is Armada. Ups and downs, a lot of fun though.
All right, take a look here. That's gonna be swinging awfully close to that Providence. That is not a nice ship to be in close range of.
No.
Again,
there's a lot of firepower that can come out of that guy. That's like a missile.
Great arcs, right? That line goes to the corner of the cardboard. Really convenient to think about. He's checking range. It looks like that's medium, or no, it looks like it's long. See here, he's checking. Oh, yep. So he's only got him in the side arc there, long range.
Well, Colin is still in this for the Hero to Zero prize.
Yeah, him and Damon.
And Damon.
Him and Damon. All right, our other Munificent, Navigation, banking a token. He's got to really carefully shimmy his way through these obstacles here.
Well, it seems like they're placed in such a way where he can make it right through.
Absolutely.
Giving himself a little bit of room to spare, but he does not have that maneuver room that you would like to have, though.
Not as good. Although with the dial at speed 2, you can make some really tight turns with this ship.
True.
All right, he is lazily listing forward. Adrian, could you tell us what the 2 round Shumai's tokens are? 3 and 5, and that's what I would assume. That's my favorite rounds to put them on, especially round 3. Squadron phase of round 1 here. Cullen's moving his 2. Well, I guess all of them, right? There's no vultures or anything here.
No, on Mirko's side, I'm taking a look at his list. He has nothing. It is all ships.
Yep.
So 5 ships on the bottom part of the side. Colin, on the other hand, has also 5 ships. So no pass tokens.
That's right.
But a slew full of squadrons.
These squadrons are going to be devastating to these CR-90, or Sea-Rocks, sorry, Sea-Rock flotillas.
I guess these would be Sea Rocks.
Some of these C words here. All right, here we go.
Colin is currently placed 6th, and Mirko is currently placed 8th.
Wow.
Playing here on table 4.
And this is close. The top field, the midfield here. Remember, there's a top 8 cut. So these games really matter to these people.
They really do. I'm actually right now taking a look at what the tournament scores are. And the top 19 players all have between 10 and 17.
Yep.
And when you really look at the top 3 players are in 17, 17, and 16 tournament points. But from 4th all the way down to 19th, the difference is 10 to 14. So these are going to be a lot of really close games that we're going to see. And
yes.
I'm really curious to see how close things get for top 8 in the next round.
Oh, it's going to come down to margin of victory points, I think.
You very well may be correct. I do think some of these, we're going to see a couple losses for sure. We do have 6 players so far that do not have a loss. And I believe 2 of them are paired up against each other.
Yes.
So
round 2 has been started here. But yeah, you're right, Ken. The top 4 are all undefeated right now. All right.
We did get 4 victory tokens. Mirko has gained 2. Colin has gained 1.
All right.
And they're kind enough to actually put those out in the field of
in our
play.
view. That's nice. We can see
So
it.
huge thank you to the players because they're being great.
Especially as they hang out on the left side of the board here. Great camera angle.
This is a great camera angle. And we could see the entire fleets going by. I like these. They're not quite person-eye views. They're a little bit lower, kind of like if you're ducking down to see the ships.
Exactly. I got to tell you, that squad ball would be stressing me out right now.
Well, that thing's going to come in, and who knows what will wind up happening.
Looks like we're setting dials here.
So hello to everyone around the world that is watching us. While we're on stream here, we're just curious where people are watching us from.
Yeah, who's tuning in? New part 2. Let's check it out.
Second stream of the day. Round 3, day 2. Turn 2 of this game.
Germany up first. And definitely after today's part 2 stream, definitely go back and check out that Will Stick interview if you have not got to see it yet. Ooh, a couple of UKs.
A couple from the UK, someone from Miami.
Beautiful weather down there. Vancouver. Ooh, Spain. Southern France, more UK. I guess it's late evening over there, right?
People here in Chicago and from Poland.
Poland, lots of Team Poland here, Team Krakow. All right, looks like we're starting up here. Oh, there's Michael, South Alabama. Torn far, he's dropping his CR-90 to speed 0.
Well, he wants to get that victory token off the asteroid.
Yes.
It's within range, and why give that up?
Absolutely great. Oh, another Southern France, Minnesota, UK again. A lot of UK.
So
viewers
we
today.
do know, based on some comments that Will Schick made earlier today, that my house will not be the site of the next Worlds. That will likely be here at AdeptiCon next year. That is not confirmed, but it does sound as though AdeptiCon has a special place, special meaning for Atomic Mass Games.
Absolutely.
That's supposition, though. I mean, he didn't actually say anything. But I'm guessing it's not going to be my house.
Can confirm. And as Adrian has told us here, that Gazanti did have a navigate command. Speed 1, yep. Dropping it to 1.
Home is where the worlds are.
That's right, Peter. That's right.
There's a lot of truth in that.
To Donna's pride. Navigate. He's going to use the dial, he says. Again, we're seeing some tight flying here.
Kind of want to see what we're looking at here. We're nearing the board edge here on the top.
Yeah, he's cutting it close. I gotta say, there's quite a few MC30 Rebel fleets here if you haven't taken a look at T4's list. He makes the move and lands there on the edge. That Gazanti's got to know they're in danger.
Well, especially since you have that MC30 that's bearing down on it. You have a CR90 ready to jump down.
Absolutely. He's checking range from this Munificent.
Are definitely within long range of the Munificent. Looks like it's unobstructed.
But when you get 2 evades, I'm not
I
too
mean,
worried.
long range, you chuck a die out or two.
Now, the B2 rocket droids, those are medium range pops, I think.
I'd agree.
And TF is sitting on that command deck of that Munificent. Enjoy going back to work. Ooh, Gazanti Confire. Let's see what he does.
You know what? Gazantis are always fun when they throw Confire. You get those extra dice, and sometimes, like we saw yesterday, they can be devastating.
That's right, or even today. Jason's Gazanti put on a lot of damage.
Really did.
On Real Veer's Onager. Well, I'm glad you've discovered the awesome competitive Armada streams to watch. There's lots more content to watch on Ion Radio, all great quality. What'd you say? I'm sorry, Adrian. Ah, I see.
Confire instead
token.
of token.
So he swapped a token out on the base of that ship.
You know, I'm going to agree here with Peter Saber.
That's a great comment.
We're looking at you get the raid. This could spell danger. "72 people watching on stream, and probably about 6 hovering around this table here.
Yep.
A lot of people left for lunch. They're coming back now, and we're starting to see those crowds accumulate.
Yep. Time to get worn back up here.
And there's about 6 or 7 other people standing off to the side at the Armada tables themselves, really looking at the games in progress.
All right, looks like we are. I'm sorry?
I was going to say Squadron.
Oh, here we go. Adar Talon Squadron Command.
Oh, are we going to...
He is coming in after that Gazanti. All right, looks like to the front. That looks like his YT-2400.
There we go. That's hit and crit, right? So 1 damage. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, yep.
Change that to 2.
I believe he will probably scatter. Or is he going to take it?
He's going to take it.
Oh, is that Lando, Adrian?
That'd be Lando. So
that is Lando.
He can't
That's right.
Get rid of the brace.
All right, so he ditched the brace to do that. Good choice.
Lando, known as the Squad Killer. And then Adar Talon him.
Wow.
Letting Lando do this again.
That is brutal. What a good combo. Brilliant play.
Does watching these games make me wish I was playing? Yes and no. Let me explain myself. First of all, I'm having a lot of fun in the booth doing this. This is actually a blast. And you know, the other thing that we get to do here behind the scenes while streaming, we get to interact with these players a little bit more than we ordinarily would.
Yes.
And that for me is kind of fun.
I also love some great backseat gaming, Ken. Let me tell you.
What I do think, though, that this will do is anytime you see high-level play and you see what other individuals are doing, in this case like Mirko or Colin, you can kind of begin to develop some ideas for changing your own fleet based on some of the designs. Or maybe you see something that you had not seen before. So your own game potentially could improve by taking the time to really watch these games. And I know for me, getting this opportunity to see it as close as we are and really have to understand what's happening during each activation, I think my game will probably improve.
Oh, I definitely, some light bulbs go off. I see how some people use upgrade cards I just never saw a need to use.
Right.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. Or like tricks like this with the Adar and Lando. A lot of people don't use Lando's ability till late in the game, but this is the second game I watched where people will immediately ditch that token, get the 2 damage, tap him, and then do it again.
It makes Lando more vulnerable.
All right, so we said Confire here. It looks like he's going to take the shot. Obstructed shots. Munificent into the CR90.
Yeah, there's an accuracy. Love these dice.
And he's going to add in his Confire. There's a double. LTT re-roll the red. That's 3 damage. Definitely take advantage of his evade here. Yep, canceling the double. Looks like he's going to take 1 damage. Flagship's got to get moved forward here. Well, we appreciate it, everybody. All the great feedback.
We've been getting a lot of really kind words from everyone on chat around the convention hall. So a huge thank you to everyone that's attending, whether you're here virtually through our stream, whether you're here and you've stopped by to say hello. And of course, huge shout out to all of our wives and families for allowing us the opportunity to come out here. And I'm going to shout out both AdeptiCon, Nav on the MC30.
Gonna Nav, and AdeptiCon's been great. AMG's been great. It's just been a fantastic event. Everything's been so smooth.
Everything has gone off pretty much without a hitch. We have a camera glitch here and there. We forgot to turn them. No, that wasn't us. That was the intern that we sacked. That turned our microphones off for us, and that was Rodney.
That was Rodney.
Yeah.
He's gone. Don't worry about it, everybody.
We replaced him with the llamas. The llamas caused problems too. They were spitting, so they're gone, and now we are dealing with quacky and monkey lizards and a hut.
And I'm going to eat those. Maybe not the hut.
No, but let's wait till tomorrow.
That's true. Ooh, here we go. He's flying this MC30 in. This is going to be...
Taking a look at how we're angling that. That is getting remarkably close.
Now he flies this right. He'll avoid that dangerous front arc, double arc from the Mooney.
Does he make it? I think he will.
Wow, look at that.
That is some expert flying there.
Wow.
But didn't quite make the double arc. Real close there. Or did he make the double arc out the side?
He's got the side arc out the Munificent. He's going to check here.
Maybe he does.
We'll get our expert opinion from Adrian as soon as he confirms. Double arc.
Into the side from the rear as well.
Wow. Great flying.
Well, I'm not sure about an inside turn, because if you would have done the inside turn, I'd have to go back and review the footage. We decided not to do instant replay.
You can't.
That's
at home,
next
though.
year. Actually, we could do instant replay.
All right. Well, now we got to see what Mirko decides to activate next. He has a lot of options. The Gazanti I don't think has gone yet, but I think he's going with his other Munificent. Yep.
I think if he would have made that as an inside turn, though, I'm not sure he would have been close enough to get the side arc in close, though.
Right. Oh, and MC30 is at speed 4, so it's going to shoot and scoot. Confire on that other Munificent. And it's going to go right in the field of all those squadrons.
The flying drone for a closer look. I still think we need to get one of those fun little rod cameras that we just hold over and then it'll slowly work its way through the
That's
chips.
what we do need, like NFL Sky
Yeah,
View. Sky
the
View, is
Sky
that what it's
Cam
called?
or
Sky
whatever,
Cam.
yeah.
All right.
We're working our way there, folks. I mean, Jaina's with the nav. Just out of medium range.
Blue dice. He's got to position this so he only ends up in one arc of each ship.
Right.
Because he knows he's about to get B2 rocket trooper droid.
Right.
And I believe he's at speed 4, so he's probably going to have to take advantage of that speed 3 slowdown.
Answering questions in chat. Yes, they are playing volatile deposits. Colin is first, but Colin has a lot of blue dice with 2 CR90Bs.
That is correct. It's your worst case scenario when you bring volatile deposits for somebody to pick from.
Right. And he's also got a torpedo frigate, which is the blue dice
That's
MC30, not the red one. So actually, this again, both Garrett and I are sitting here wondering if he could turn that upside down.
Yep.
Now, right now, he's only got 1 token to 2.
All right, beautiful choice here to stay at speed 4, only in the front of that Providence, and I think he's outside of medium.
He might be.
I believe so. Maybe Adrian can check for us. And we are rolling some dice. Providence nav. We have a critical hit on the cancel, evade, cancels. All right. All right, he's going to move forward here. And is he going to try and ram, or is he, I think he wants to definitely not, he just wants to sit there perfectly.
He wants to get into the side arc here of that CR90 rather than get double arc, because you don't want to take 5 blue dice.
That's right. Yeah, because if he had not canceled that crit, he could have, I believe, well, it's 1 to 2 an obstacle and taken a victory token. All right, he's thinking hard here. He's going to see if he wants to slow down to speed 1, it looks like.
Maybe. Yeah, it looks like, actually. Crowd starting to gather around the table here. A lot of people really watching intently on how this game's going.
Or he's going to go for that speed 3 inside large base.
Oh, that fun turn that we like to see?
He's conflicted. Let's see what he chooses here. He doesn't want to handle that asteroid.
Also worth mentioning, great group of competitors here today. And you have folks that didn't make day 2 that are wandering around, watching the table, seeing what the action looks like. We have sector fleet games going on.
In the background, lots of ships.
Summa of all things is happening as well. So I wonder how many players the Summa has eaten and consumed.
I don't know. Dozens, dozens. All right, looks like we finally locked in, and we have landed on the asteroid.
No, it's the debris field.
Debris
So,
field?
yep.
That is true. Yep.
2 coming from somewhere.
I'm sure he'll take it on that right side or rear. Especially that Dane, yep,
there it
right
goes.
side. That MC30 is coming up behind him.
Doing a
Squadron
phase of turn 2. We're moving right along,
Yep.
folks.
Good clip.
Let us know how the sound is also, just in case we think it's okay.
Here comes Lando. Yep, there it is. And that will
Here
finish
goes
that
the
Gazanti.
brace.
And it's
2,
gone.
Gazanti
Off the
gone.
table. Yep, dirty Lando tricks.
This is normal, though, for Lando.
That's right. And now he's going to move Lando to safety. Get him right behind that Nebulon, and he can't see it. Wow. Good play. Good squadron play. That's why it always pays to bring a few squadrons with you, Ken.
Oh, just to have an opportunity to actually be able to do some damage somewhere
Right.
along
or
the
just
lines.
delay something from happening so you can get out of the way.
No, I completely agree.
When I fly Separatists, I really like to have a couple Vultures with TI-99. It's a cheap insurance policy. And he's chosen to move his squadrons to not take any flack. I believe his YTs are rogues, of course. So they might do something here. Are Lando and him as only rogues?
Lando's
Let me
rogue.
see that
Let's
list
pull up
again.
the list here. So we have Lando's a rogue.
3 YT-2400s
3
and rogue
YT-24s and
squadron.
rogues. So that's
Ah.
5 rogue squadrons.
Interesting. So he's choosing not to engage the ships. I wonder what his thought process here is.
I'm going to say probably.
Don't risk the LTT flak.
I'm going to say setting up for the next turn.
And that's right, Peter. He's got to get
Munificent's
that
coming in.
CR-90 out of the way. Because that Providence will absolutely double tap it. Awesome. All right, looks like we're going to go ahead and move into round 3, I think. After he checks or moves one more squadron. Yep, he's jumping that A-wing, I want to say it was.
Looks like. I'm
All
trying
right. Couple more tokens being handed out here.
to 1 and 1, I believe they said.
Yep.
So
Only a
starting to
small
really
deficit.
minimize that gap. So now we are going into round 3, aren't we?
That's correct.
Volatile deposits only doing a 15-point swing here.
Keeping pace. All right, we're setting up, refreshing cards that were used, setting command dials.
Colin currently in the lead with, I believe, 57 points, because we haven't seen anything other than that Gazanti get taken
That's
out.
correct. Lando took care of that. Didn't even break a sweat.
Mirko sitting at 45 with all the objective tokens.
That's correct. Still to see TF ability get used here with the raid tokens. However, that is about to change. All right. Looks like Jaina's light, absolutely. Time to get out of Dodge.
Looks like we're firing at the Providence.
Well, Providence does have a salvo.
Squadron from
command.
Jaina's Light. Rating.
Yep, Captain Rex.
Providence has raid.
Side shot of the front, couple blues, two
Two
damage.
hits.
Great use of Captain Rex there. Nav raid's annoying. Oh, the irony.
Looks like he's bracing.
Yep.
Yep, brace to 1.
And he's gonna salvo. Get that camera back up. Here we go.
Ooh,
Wow,
2
3 damage
three
at him.
with a crit.
He's definitely gonna use that evade token.
Well,
Yep.
reroll on the hit crit. What do we see? We see
Down
just
to
a
2.
single, so
Yep.
it goes down to 2.
Redirecting to the front of that CR90. And it's time to probably shoot the Munificent possibly. I don't know if he wants to take another salvo.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, he wants, you know what he wants? That blue crit.
He does want the
He
blue
wants
crit.
the blue crit. Or maybe not.
You know,
He doesn't
I
want to
don't
risk
blame
it.
you. You know, you kind of want to be able to, especially with the fleet that Colin's currently
Right.
flying. Colin has the ability to generate a lot of blue dice. He wants to get those crits, whether it's the volatile deposits or it's the Dodona's Pride. You have a number of opportunities to score some serious damage, and a crit going through shields on a big ship from something like a CR90, that could be devastating.
Big deal. 4 hull points.
Imagine a projector misaligned
Right.
as your first shot.
They live and die on scraping by.
We'll say this, it's a good thing John's not playing against a blue crit fleet like that.
Why is that?
He'd pull the projector
Oh,
misaligned.
that's true. That's true. He's got the same damage deck luck I have.
I'm still trying to figure out how I can pull a structural damage as often as I do. You know, I got a deck, structural damage deck. Might as well be a structural damage deck. A damage deck. One of the older ones was one of the prizes that
Yes.
someone gave me. And I took a look at the card, and of course the first thing it said was structural damage. So
Right. Right off the
it
top.
doesn't matter where the deck comes from, they pop up.
That's right. Most common card, right? I think so.
I believe there's 8 of them. So
Yeah.
there is like a 1 in 6 chance of getting a structural damage.
The
But it
first ship
happens.
that activated was the Providence.
Prime example story from Peter Saber that exactly, you get that single blue die, projector misaligned, and yeah.
That's right.
I-
Yep.
that is not a crit you want to see at the beginning of a game.
If you play enough Armada,
It will
everyone
come by.
is going to deal with that. At Nova last year, I pulled 2 projector misaligned in the same game against our friend Paleon. It was tragic. Lost all my shields on my Venator, front and left.
Big thanks again to Adrian, who's our courtside reporter, feeding us all the information we need to translate to you guys.
Mirko's having to make some tough decisions on what to go with here. He's got a couple of shots to take with both his Munificence and his Gazanti.
More people starting to gather around this table.
TF is going to do engineering. Taking the token. Swapping it out. All right, he's shooting at that CR90.
Let's see what comes up. I don't think we have any raid on the CR90, do we?
Yeah, unless he applies it here with the B2. But I think they're in close. Checking arcs.
Looks like you might have it doubled.
There we go. All right, get ready for the dice roll here. side to side from the Munificent to the CR90. 2 reds. Wow, that's a roll.
That's always a tough one.
Nice.
3. What do you do when you have 3?
I'm using that. I'm ditching some evade tokens.
Well, I think you definitely want to use the evade, knock out that double, or hopefully anyways, because we're at really.
Yep, he is.
close.
He's getting rid of the evade. Both re-roll.
Completely pitching it to re-roll. Still 2.
No, 2 damage. It looks like he's going to decide to take it. He did get rid of that critical, though, which was important for that volatile.
No, I'm going to use the redirect.
All right, so no damage on the hole yet.
3:40 local time.
All right, we got our
Still
front
middle
shot
of the
now.
afternoon.
Making sure he knows which hole zone he's attacking. Looks like the front. Front to front. No shields on that CR90 on the front. I think there might be some on the far right. Kraken makes it obstructed. That's right.
Well, we've got all these ships moving at speed. And there we go, 3
damage
hits.
and that critical.
There's that crit. It rears its ugly head once again.
He's okay. He's going to do the B2 rocket droids navigation raid token, adding in a black now.
And there's another hit.
He's got some decisions to make with his defense token here.
Now I am curious. We're close to an obstacle.
He is going to have him re-roll. He's going to have him re-roll the crit.
To a double.
To a double. That will take out Jaina's light.
That is most unfortunate.
That's the thing about these small rebel ships. They are squishy if caught.
They really are. But that was a calculated risk that Colin had to make, because if there would have been a blank, I think he could have gotten Jaina's light out of trouble.
Right.
And I'm going to agree with Peter Sabre. He was close enough to a rock or the debris field where that could have started splashing squadrons and everything else.
That's right.
You really needed to get rid of that crit.
All right, our Munificent's now making its move at speed 2.
Looks like it's just turned right in. It's an interesting move. I guess part of what he wants to do is get out of that double arc from the MC-30.
He's gonna get right inside that squash ball if he does that. Looks like he's locked in, yep, and he's gonna make the move.
Lands partially on the debris field.
Yep. Now
Doesn't
he does
mean
have
anything.
that dust field between him and the squadrons, but they're all rogues, so.
They are, so they'll just jump them and go to the opposite side. Well, not
That's
all of
right.
them, but a good number of them.
Good number. All right, Colin's got a choice now of what needs to go.
Looks like that's close range, maybe.
He's gonna be shooting that. I gotta tell you, that Gazanti is in big trouble. That's next to him.
I'd agree. MC-30 being activated.
Yep.
Nav.
MC-30 navigate.
It's going. Looks like he's going to hit
Side
the
to flotilla,
Gazanti.
yep.
Side into the front. That's going to be 3 blacks and 2 blues.
And there's H9s on the MC-30.
I was just going to say, you've got some. Look at this.
Wowzer.
That is going to hurt because they can maybe force.
Here we go. He can only re-roll one as they are both small base.
Right, but if he does the double, a hit will still destroy it.
That's right. 1, 2, 3. So no scatter, one
Right,
shield.
here we go.
Here we go.
Evading
Reroll.
the double.
And it
Fort
still gets
still
him.
gone.
And so that's one more flotilla off the board.
Colin taking out one of the other transports.
All
Another
right, he
27
will be
points.
declaring his next attack here. Side to the rear of TF's Munificent.
To the rear. Are we within close range?
He's
here?
going to open that rear up, and those squads are going to come in and shred this guy. Ooh. X-Rax getting added.
X-Rax, ooh, there's 3 damage showing. 2 blanks. X-Rax
gonna
coming
roll.
in.
Oh,
2
wow.
doubles.
2 more
Wow.
doubles. Ordnance experts.
And 2 more hits.
Oh.
That is 2, 4, 6,
H9 turbo
8,
lasers again.
7. Accuracy the brace.
Incredible.
Wow.
8 crit enabled. No brace.
Re-rolling the 1.
Evade back
staying
to a
as
double.
The double.
8
That
damage,
is an
no brace.
incredible
Oh my
roll.
gosh.
That hurts.
Oof level, maximum.
Redirecting
salvo
and
and
salvoing
redirecting.
back.
Let's take a look here. He will be taking a critical.
Yeah, he will be taking a critical. Only so many shields that you can take.
Our
Let's see what
first
the
face
crit
up.
is.
Oh no, he's laughing. That's not good.
He cannot attack obstructed targets.
He
Oh,
cannot.
cannot
the
obstruct-
criticals
obstruct-
cannot attack obstructed targets.
Oh no.
And he's cracking. Everything is going
oh
the
no.
way he doesn't.
If I recall correctly,
Coolant discharge.
yep, he declared it's blinded gunners, I believe. No, that's
He can't salvo because Kraken obstructs. Can't salvo because Kraken obstructs. Oh man.
targeter, not target disruption. Which one?
I
is
think it
this?
was,
This
yeah,
is-
the right one at the very beginning. 3 face down cards right. Well, 1 critical and 2 face down. So 3 hull damage on TF's Munificent right now. And there's a whole squadron phase of squads to come. Coolant, I think it was coolant discharge. No, not that one either. We're trying to get the exact name, but all right. So our disengage fire control. There it is.
Disengage fire control. I'm going to bring that one up for the folks at home just so you can see
Against
what
a
it is.
Kraken fleet. Come on.
This is one, yeah, against the
right now.
Kraken fleet,
Ugh.
this is the absolute worst card you could be facing. Because when you look at this, first of all, you just keep up at speed 3, you can't do anything. And
That's
that
right.
salvo was wasted. Because the salvo, when you have to declare the salvo before the damage is applied.
That's correct. That's why it's always important to make sure you do everything in the correct order. Providence Engineering, he has discarded that command dial to clear out that raid token.
I tell you, it's crazy. There's another crit.
Taking a shot at that MC-30. 1 evaded.
So I'm getting a kick out of here from Annie in the chat that this is a crit in the scale of what we see on an Ion Radio
That is
episode.
so
And I am
true.
going to say, if you are on the stream table, you are part of Ion Radio, whether you want to be or not. So
Oh.
naturally, this is going to happen.
Oh my gosh.
I think almost every, if not every, ISD that we've seen on the channel has been destroyed by structural damage.
That's right. Osmosis here. I'm so sorry, Mirko.
I do
Came all the
feel-
way from Germany to pull that critical.
I mean, you know, I feel bad. It's because I'm sitting here. Apologies to the players, but come on, that's half the fun.
That's Armada. It looks like he's going to get a GR75 as a consolation prize over here.
I think you might be right. Turn 3, 2 outs, nobody on.
I agree, Social General Rob. I agree. At least he can still fight back.
Yeah, actually, so Social General Rob brings up a really unique point about Armada. The different crits that you accumulate in the game have a varying degree of evilness to your
Yes.
fleet, depending on the commander you have, the ships you have, and the commander you're going against.
That's right. Adar has done
Squads
squadrons
with a
with a token. And he's probably going to take those non-rogues in here.
Absolutely crazy to see all the fun we are having here today.
Here comes the A-Wings.
And we're going to go
Black
for our
non-bomber.
bombing run here.
Remember, he's got 3 hull points remaining on this Mooney.
This is
One
there's
damage. Piddock reroll, 1 card.
Still a very tight game, though.
Two hull points left.
I think that Munificent might be doomed.
That Admiral is in trouble. He's about to Roger himself off the board.
Well, this is the TF comms frigate
That's
that
right.
he's attacking.
116 points. Another
There's
hit.
another hit.
Piddock reroll back to black. Oh,
Making his choice here. Probably spending some defense tokens. What are we spending out?
he is going to go ahead and burn.
Redirect
he's going to burn
and salvo.
salvo and redirect.
Well, salvo crit.
LTT 0. No salvo back. He takes shield damage from his redirect to try and conserve the ship as long as possible. He's got 1 more squadron to go. Looks like Dutch Vander.
Kind of glad we got this game on stream, Garrett. This is gonna.
Yeah, this is a good one.
This is a good one.
Lots of action. Again, I like to see things happening. Yep, there comes Dutch Vander.
Dutch getting ready to launch an attack. Dutch also rolls a black die.
He
Blank.
misses.
Uh,
Nothing
the
to dice fix.
decision was not to do the point defense ion cannons.
Oh, Adar Talon reactivates Dutch. He wants that round 2.
I think that's great when Colin decided to ask Mirko if he wanted to use the point defense ion
I
cannons.
always do. You never know.
You never
if
know.
they say
Someone
yes,
might
I
say
roll it
yes.
as fast
roll
as I can. I'm like, oh, no takesy backsies. All right, he's going to move some squadrons out of the way here.
Now, we do know, because I'm seeing a little bit of talk in chat here, I believe Atomic Mass Games is going to have some kind of a chit-chat on all their games tomorrow at, I think, noon. And probably we will hear something about Star Wars Armada. We're going to see if we get someone to cover that and get information out to you. Don't know if we'll have the ability to, given the time and the amount of streaming that we'll be doing.
Absolutely. But we'll update you immediately with what we find out. Engineering token, put on that Munificent there. He's going to take some shots, it looks like.
So we do have rapid reinforcements to confirmed.
Yes, on the way.
Yes, that is on the way. Will Schick said that would be probably spring, maybe summer.
Looks like we're medium range. Two
And
reds.
there's a double.
LTTs.
Ooh.
Back to a blank. black raid token.
Ooh. There's 3.
We're at
Medium range. Probably going to force reroll on the double.
Yep, having him reroll the double.
Well,
That's what
down
you
to
want.
1. That's better.
2 damage and no criticals. EST down to 1. And then MC30 is feeling no pressure. And now this Munificent is going to have to move in to range again of all these squadrons.
That might wind up ramming his other Munificent, actually.
Possible. Plotting course here.
Throwing this out to the chat, just because I am curious. We've now got 10 games that we've streamed over the last 3 days, with another 5 to go, with one of those in progress. What have you guys seen that have been fun games, or your favorites that we have presented to you over the entirety of Worlds, including the Last Chance qualifier? Let us know in the chat. Dropping to
Slowing the
speed 1.
Yep.
Over the dust field. Plenty of room there. You can fit 2 or 3 tokens in between the ships.
All right.
Nav.
Nav token on Dodonna's Pride. He'll be swinging around here now.
Colin's going to try and get that positioned in a good area where he can maybe attack that Munificent, which is not going to be able to move right away.
I agree, Schmitty. That first game between Reese and Angry Ewok was a nail-biter.
Plus, it was fun to see a Republic fleet.
It was. An efficient, well-oiled Bail Organa spat list. Yeah, so far every game today has been a lot of action. Torin Farn navigates, and that's that other GR75.
Around the back, it's kind of moving along.
Yep.
Trucking, staying within distance 1 to make sure he gets that token.
That's
Actually,
right.
that's an interesting question. Who is going, I think Colin may have started to flip these with that MC30 to be able to pick up some extra victory tokens.
I think at the end of this round, yeah, we're going to see it. The deficit switch. Squadrons here.
Squad phase
Oh
of
man,
turn
so here comes
3.
Dutch Vander, I'm sure.
Probably with A8 or Talon reset.
Woo. All right, he's coming in. Oh, okay, we're gonna do our rogues first, maybe?
Garrett's taking a look for where his cup of coffee is.
That's right. Doing a little bit of yawning.
Well, we've been at this for a while.
That's right. We still got one more day to go. All right, so we got side shots.
There is an accuracy.
All right, first one out of the way. Bringing another YT here. One damage.
Another hit.
Hittix. Back
To
to
nothing.
blank.
There we
you
go.
He's finally catching a break here.
Point defense ion tokens actually helping Mirko out.
Same side. Hittix. Back to a blank.
Working 2 for 2 on
I
Hittix
gotta
here.
tell you, he deserves this after the tragedy earlier. All right, looks like we're gonna come and finish off TF, I think.
I think you might be right. Still have some ships to go. The Providence is hanging out in the background, but
Piddick reroll here.
another
and back
blank.
to another blank. Piddick's-
Unbelievable. He's
That's-
clearly.
That's
the
what.
Point defense ion cannons are great against squadron fire, not necessarily against ships in this game.
Wow. 4 damage saved, like Adrian just said. Lando
Uh-oh,
coming
here
back
comes
in.
Lando.
He said, well, I guess I'm gonna have to do it myself. No more defense tokens to do his dirty trick, though.
Well,
he's got to roll like everybody else now.
We have to remember, right? Lando is an intergalactic entrepreneur.
That's right.
Which means business.
Oh, what did we roll here? 2 crits, and he is not a
oh,
bomber.
No.
Wow.
He gambled a little too much.
All right, Dutch Vander here has to get a double and then get re-rolled back to a double.
Dutch has that bomber. He does have a black die, so that's a 1 in 8 chance.
Oh, he got
hit. One.
He's going to take the 1 damage card. Oh, man. Well, Colin is the first player, though, so he'll get the finish off TF.
Wow. TF, we're close here.
Impressive. We got one last shot. What was that last squadron, Adrian? There.
Oh, they're done here. So 3 victory tokens for Colin.
Yep.
Now that does kind of upset the flow here. About a 30-point imbalance in favor of Colin for victory tokens.
As you see there, we got 5 for the Rebels, 3 for the CIS. Yes, wow. As confirmed by Adrian.
Going into round 4, we're resetting things in the status phase. This game's moving at a good clip, I think.
It's a great point there, Mako. One of the reasons I stopped taking volatile, it's one of those objectives that can get flipped down your head real fast.
Well, I think interestingly enough, in this case, it wasn't so much the blue crits. It was the maneuverability of Kraken and his ships. I mean, those CR-90s and that MC-30 in particular, when it's moving at speed and you're navving with it, you're good to go. Clearly, Colin had a plan, exactly what he wanted to do with his ships.
Right. I've almost forgotten he did lose Jaina's light, but his tokens are quickly making up. Squad. Navigate here. Navigate command.
All right, where are we going to move first? My guess is we're probably going to try and take down that Munificent.
I do think so. Looks like he's making sure he's got that double arc, maybe.
Yeah, he definitely has a double arc. That much is for certain.
Left to rear, it sounds like. Looks like 2 criticals.
2 crits.
2 blue crits.
There goes that Munificent.
Oh, yep, it is.
And that is the TF Munificent, worth 116 points.
The Admiral is gone. Let's see if he's at medium range of that other Munificent now.
I'm not quite sure. It may be, but remember, we only have blue range, so we got to be within medium. Now we're going to go into movement.
And I believe we are moving at speed 4. And he's preparing for that.
Really trying to determine where we're going to move. We're going to do a quick overhead view, see if we can get an idea. It looks like we might be overlapping some squadrons if we do this, but then we'll stay within range of that asteroid.
Oh, that's right. Get them tokens.
Now there is that GR-75 still hanging out at speed 0 all the way at the top of the board. Colin may consider moving that. By the same token, why would you give up needlessly a victory token? By the same token, he's already got a healthy lead.
Couldn't agree more. Now, things have changed, but I'm looking at a pretty inevitable defeat here for the CIS. I think now it's up to see how many points Mirko King can serve.
I think the real question here is what can the rest of those squads potentially do?
Oh my gosh. Pittix is his only saving grace right now. All right, he's going to go ahead and activate the first CIS ship. Looks like it's going to be the other Munificent. Munificent Confire.
Well, he wants to activate it now before it goes up in smoke.
Yep. He's going to flak. Flak out the side. That's an accuracy. LTTs. LTT 2 blacks in. Ooh, there we go. And he's going to confire in, I think, is what he said. Another black. That's 3 damage. Do we know what squadron he's shooting at, Adrian? LTTs? A-Wing? Who we shooting? One squad? Do we know who? Generic A-Wing. Yep, generic A-Wing off the board. All right, now it looks like we're going to go and take our maneuver here. No other shots available. I think I might have shot that CR-90 instead, but at least he got a guaranteed A-Wing kill. It's not nothing, that's right. Like I said, we are at the points conservation part of this battle from Mirko. I think overall he'll be able to also get the GR-75 in the back there between the Providence and the Munificent, and that'll help a lot. But the Rebels are going to keep farming tokens. Torn Far, Dial, looks like a Navigate, and he is trying to escape that.
Plenty of room left for him to maneuver on that send of the board.
And that'll keep him in just that side arc of that Munificent.
Remember, every shot is going to be obstructed because of Kraken.
All right, Colin's turn, or I'm sorry,
Yeah, Mirko's
turn. He's going to activate the Providence. Providence Navigate. He needs to get within range of that rock.
It really does. Try and at least prevent too many more points being stolen from him.
That's right.
Each one of these victory tokens is worth 15 points.
That's a lot. This is a hefty token.
I wonder how many tokens we're going to get to. We currently have 8 total. I think he may wind up, it's really close. I think he's going to wind up overlapping that asteroid, though, Garrett.
I think so, but I think he's more concerned about the tokens at this point.
I think considering that nothing's happened to the Providence yet, I think that's a safe assumption.
Right. There's not enough firepower left in this Rebel fleet in range to do anything to it. Sorry, folks, we're having a little bit of problems with our overhead camera. We'll get that fixed, though, here after this round.
Well, we see a Kowakian monkey lizard hanging from the lighting truss, so clearly he's just batting the thing.
Absolutely. Scum issues. And it looks like we have locked in. And he's going to make his
Here's
move.
our movement. Mirko's considering, well, he's already got locked in. It has to move. And that,
it
oh, that looks like it
clears
might
him.
just clear.
Yep, he looks golden.
Here comes the MC-30. Is that a nav?
Navigate on the MC-30. I gotta say, I agree with Peter here, vultures of the TI-99s are really useful. I've destroyed a lot of squadrons with those counters.
Yep,
Swinging around
there goes
here.
the token.
He's coming for that Munificent. It's going to be a follow-up shot after those squadrons take a lot on it.
Bigger crowd now starting to come around,
Oh my
watching
gosh, I
Armada.
wasn't even paying attention.
Garrett,
on
you
all
are
sides.
so paying attention to every little thing happening
Locked
on
into
the
this
stream with the
camera.
cameras. No, we got a crowd. There's probably about 4, 5, 8, another 6, about 15 people, almost 20, currently watching this table.
That's wild right now. Armada is a crowd pleaser.
You know,
Everybody loves the Star Wars ships.
I
8 Talon squadrons. Looks like he's taking the token.
I have said so many times, Garrett, that this is the kind of game where people like to sit down and watch what's happening.
That's right. You can see how the tools are working. Everything lines up in a way that makes sense. You can see the squadrons. The dice are the colors of the lasers.
Now, there's an interesting fact. If you look at the cardboard colors on the ships and you notice the colors that separate the arc lines, all of them are the color lasers from that ship. So Imperials are firing green lasers.
That's right.
You have the Rebels that are firing red lasers along with the Separatists,
Yes.
and blue for the Republic. Squad command.
phase here.
Or Squadron phase. We're moving right along here.
Now he is moving Dutch Vander up. Now he queued up that squadron token on 8 Talon there for next turn. You can't quite see it, but the Rebel fleet here has got a great paint job. All right, so the squadrons are being purposely put behind this line of sight of the dust cloud.
Can't be shot at.
A lot of careful positioning here to
Colin
make sure
really-
no flak.
He's paying attention again. And actually, I'm loving the way his fleet looks here. It seems to have a similar type of a paint scheme to his Imperials.
That's right. That metallic hue.
Yes.
Except instead of metallic gunmetal, it looks like a metallic blue here.
Right.
Looks like we're getting more objective token counted here. He's measuring that
MC30
distance 1.
looks like they've got one for sure.
And we'll see these tokens get lined up right here.
So it looks like we got 2 for Colin and 1
Yep.
for Mirko.
So we got 4 total for Mirko. Round 5 is going to start. Setting dials. Thanks
Yeah.
again to Adrian, doing an awesome job relaying all the important facts to us. That's right. Coffee is critical.
So is water.
And water. I've drank a lot of water today.
But what
Stay
is
hydrated.
What is coffee but water passed through
It's
beans?
flavored. That's correct. Same thing. That's why you got to mix them.
Another squadron pack for Clone Wars factions would be a lot of fun.
Oh man, where's my
Who wouldn't
Django
want one?
kin? Where's my Django Fett?
Would you like me to paint a Django Fett squadron for you?
Listen, if you're handing them out. All right, we're ready to go here. Start of round 5.
Time to rock and roll. We're moving along at a very good clip on this game, but there's a lot going on. Torn Far is doing a nav command.
He's trying to save his little GR75 from getting annihilated right now. He's going to fly this so it's just in the front arc.
You can't really blame him though, because here's something to consider. Torn Far, although it's only 25 points, that's pretty much 2 victory tokens.
That's right. Takes away that lead he's got. And Colin's really hoping for a 9 or an 8 out of this, I think.
I think you might be right. And I think this is a lot closer than it seems.
Yep, and that's definitely only in the front arc of that Munificent. Medium range. And long range of that Providence. All right. He's confirming that he's out of those side arcs. Colin's feeling good about himself here. And now it's the CIS's turn to activate. I think he's trying to decide whether he wants to take shots with the Mooney or the Providence here.
I think he's going to go with the Munificent.
About to find out. Okay, he is asking a question. Let's see here.
Table chat. We intentionally have turned off the mics on all the cameras for those of you, or for the players. We wanted to give them the opportunity to play their game without having to worry about being overheard.
Front obstructed because of Kraken.
That looks like 2 crits.
He's doing a re-roll.
Crit and hit.
Ooh,
so
there's
it is
the
2
2
crits and a hit.
3 damage scatters, though. That scatter flotilla will get you every time.
It will. But now look at this. I think that's going to be a ram.
Yep. That's what I would do. That's a spite ram right there.
Colin enjoying this. He's smiling. He looks like he is really tense. But he's kind of trying to laugh it off. We're
That's
smiling
right.
back at him.
Both players are enjoying this game.
They really are.
The amount of luck and irony in this whole situation. Yep, so that's rams the flotilla.
So flotilla's ramp, Munificent back to speed 1.
He's got to eat that damage card.
He really does.
Dodonna's Pride now.
TO's was just peeking over the fence, seeing how the game's going. I think they're enjoying watching these games more than judging.
They haven't had to work almost at all. I think I've heard the word judge called maybe 6 times.
Twice on this table over 2.5 days.
Yep. Look at this farm. It's like a soybean field out there. Providence Confire. He's taking shots at this, long-range shots at the GR75. You're gonna B2 rocket droid him.
Ooh.
Raid Nav, I'm guessing. Raid Nav.
I'm gonna give a little credit to the players here, helping Adrian out, making sure that we know what's going on. I think the players are just as invested in the stream as we are.
I think so. Here we go. 1.
There's 1, 2.
He's gonna re-roll him. Shoot my re-roll. Round 5. Couldn't get that accuracy. He's gonna evade the crit and take a shield damage. And now our Providence will take its move. He wants to stay within distance 1 of that rock, though.
Mirko going to the other side, making sure that he can do this in a way that allows him to properly maneuver his ship.
Doesn't want to jump too far ahead here. All right, he's locked in, moving, and I think he has moved beyond the rock. he did raid the flotilla. He decided to B2 rocket droid its nav. All right, Colin's got to make a choice here. I think he's going with the MC-30.
The MC-30 nav.
MC-30 nav.
Staying at speed. I think he's going to try and make a pass for that Munificent.
Yep.
Torpedo frigate.
Adrian, tell us about the potential here for a beginning activation next turn. MC-30 pops and scoots again. It's just going in a circle here around these objectives, collecting points and shooting ships.
Again, that is something you can most definitively do with the MC-30. Remember the MC-30 torpedo frigate, 3 black dice, 2 blues out the side.
Yes.
So this is a tough ship, but you have to get it in close. Where the MC Scout frigate, you have the red dice. I think we've got a double right now on that.
I think so too. At the overhead here, yes, yes. All right, Adar is activating. Adar squads, he has that token. Here he comes.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some squad play here.
Absolutely,
soften up
yep.
that Munificent and then make an attack.
It's time to peel the shields away. So we got Dutch Vander to go. Who else was non-rogue? The A-Wing, which got destroyed.
I think it was just a generic, wasn't it?
A-Wing. Oh, and Shara
I don't
Bay's
think it
there
was
as
Shara.
well. Shara can...
Dutch moving
Dutch
in.
Vander. Here it comes. And that's a hit. Piddock
That
hit.
is definitely a hit.
Oh, he's trying to decide whether to Piddock it.
I mean, black die, would you? They're jumping over that debris field.
Redirect to the front.
Ooh. Just one. Adrian, could we get a shield update on the Munificent?
Adrian's going to grab a shield status on the Mooney here, before and after, to see where we sit. Blank.
Blank. No Piddock here.
One more squadron to go.
Three all the way around.
So lots of shields left in the Munificent.
I think it might be 2 on the rear. So still a relatively fresh Munificent.
And he's going to aid our talent, activate Dutch Vander.
That's going to come back and hurt later. Still in turn 5. Still on the air. Probably not going to change that for a little while. We will be taking an intermission between this and the next round.
The final round.
Our hope is to bring you another exciting game for the final. May or may not be table 1.
Squadron phase. All right, here come the rogues. Dutch again.
Dutch Vander's starting out.
Here we go.
What do we have, Garrett?
That's a blank.
It's a blank.
Dutch betrays him.
I think he got confused with the order tokens that Adar Talon was sending him.
I think so. Faulty munitions, bad supplier.
He's going to have to dock his Y-Wing back with the MC-30.
It's a hard time being an insurgency.
Into the side.
And nothing.
Another blank.
That was Rogue Squadron, I believe.
Here is a...
Salvo. Nothing as well.
Nothing, including with the LTT.
Here comes our YT-2400s, the best generic in the game.
They are impressive, aren't they? He shot too many times and ran out of ammo, probably.
Yeah.
He pulled the triggers on it, nothing happened.
That's right.
Now that'd be a fun thing to do with Armada. You know, your fighters can only fire so many rounds.
That's right. You do run out of munitions. You have to go back and get resupplied.
Yeah.
All right, another YT 2400 here. Confirming range. Here it comes.
There we go.
There it is.
and
There's the Piddock
crit.
reroll.
PDIC
Oh,
to it.
wow. He finally got a hit.
It's just going to be a shield.
Looks like we're going to take it on the side there. That'll put us down to 2 shields remaining on that side. Another YT here flying in. And then this MC30's got a double arc on him, and that's going to happen immediately at the top of
right
round
at the
6.
beginning of round 6. I think that Munificent may have a problem. You get the right dice in there, you get an accuracy or 2 off the blue dice, and if you can get 4 or 5 hits off of the MC30, that is going to be a dead Munificent.
And then the rogues, if it gets away, will clean it up.
And imagine getting a Confire thrown in there as well. Another blank. You know,
I got his squadron pilots are some of the worst in the rebellion.
They really are here. We're going to sack them. Clearly, you know.
2 tokens, so
2
take a look at
tokens
the
for
tokens here.
Colin and none for Mirko.
He's not in distance 1 of any of these obstacles. Wow.
That is becoming a rather large deficit to
9.
overcome.
He's got 5 more now. 9 for Colin, 4 for Mirko.
And moving into turn 6. This game is getting close to over.
All right, we're going to set dials.
Wow. This is the game to be watching, I think.
That's right. This is going to push Colin to the top of this scoreboard here, tournament point-wise, and put him in great position to hopefully make top 8 and go for that 0 to hero prize.
Actually, I'm not necessarily positive this is going to be as big of a swing as we think it's going to be. It might. I don't think it's going to be anything like a 10-1. Might be an 8-3 at the end of it. Depends on how this. He needs to take down the Munificent.
There's an impressive amount of
Still,
rogues to go and tokens to farm.
That is equally true.
Side to side, here it comes.
No,
4
there's
damage.
a blank. 4
Ordnance experts, 5 damage.
H9.
H9s. Oh. No bracing.
BDIC on the blue.
Yep. Redirecting. So he does have shields in the front.
To the rear.
And the rear.
Redirect
he did redirect to the front. Okay. And now we have the front shot from this MC30.
Front and to side.
Front to side again. How many shields we got on that side there, Adrian?
I think we probably have 2 left, 1 left. We're going to find out in just a second.
It's got to be low.
3 more hits.
Damage.
Oh, he's debating, do we do the H9s here or not?
Well, if he braces it to 2.
Staying with the 3. Mirko thinking. Doesn't want to make a mistake.
That's correct, James. We've got Damon and Collins are both in the last chance qualifier.
Colin actually wound up winning the last chance qualifier.
That's right.
Taking a hit. Brace.
Bracing it.
So he did have 1 shield left.
Yes.
Taking only 1.
So we haven't taken any hull damage yet.
No, just took 1 on the Munificent.
Oh, we did? All right.
Just got 1. So 5 more.
Here come the squadrons.
MC30 probably going to be maneuvered right along to the edge here.
I would imagine so. He needs to bump that Munificent right in its spot.
He really does.
All right, looks like we're going to do an inside turn. The small base is small, so it might be able to fit right in that little pocket there.
Should be able to. Let's get an overhead, take a quick look. Or is that going to be slightly off camera?
Almost. Looks like I think we're going to mark that Munificent here to get a clean maneuver.
Absolutely loving, again, how all the players are working together. Tons of teamwork.
That's right. Now, statistically, he's been re-rolling into a lot of blanks, so this last round with PDIC,
he needs a lot of those bombers
the
to
math
hit.
gods might not be as kind.
Or it's going to come down to the final roll,
Yes.
where it's a hit causes the end. And now that would be an exciting way to end this round.
Absolutely. And I'm almost certain he's going to have a squadron command at the Gazanti to push Dutch.
One of the 13 tables has ended. Still have 12 more to go.
Yep.
Plenty of time.
All right, looks like we have landed with 0 collision.
Uh-oh, bumping a few other ships around, though.
That's a tight field there. Well done.
Mirko's got a decision to make here on which one of his ships he wants to activate now.
I agree, Mako. I think he is trying to keep that Munificent bumped in its spot. He needs all of the squadron dice he can get. Providence is revealing a command. Providence is going to
nav.
navigate. Let's see who he decides to engage here. Probably that GR75.
Might go after some of the squads, too.
Checking obstruction.
Well, remember, anything moving out speed 3. Against the squads won't matter, but against the ships, anything speed 3, cracking.
Obstructed. Not a lot of great shots here. And I think
The
he's
Providence
going,
in this list is the carrier answering a question in chat.
That's correct. All right, we got
There you go.
our shot here.
Here's our shot.
Front of the Providence to the side of the GR75. And
Ooh, 5
didn't
hits.
get that accuracy. He's got H9s. I
He
forgot
does
on
have
the
H9s,
thing. All right, he's having him evade reload.
Evade the double.
To a
Bouncing around
blank.
to a blank.
Wow.
That is a good pilot on that ship.
These black rerolls have been brutal today
They
for
have
both sides. He's trying to decide if he's got any worthwhile flak shots now. He's going to try and hit one of these squadrons and then LTT with the Mooney at the other one. All right. Flak shot here. Here
Going
we go.
against squadrons.
First hit. He's going to B2, add dice,
This is the B2.
add a black.
2 hits. Which one was that on? That looks like one of the A-wings.
All right. All right, and he
There was-
rolled one that jumped out, but they're going to keep the blank result on it. And that's the only shots he had. He's now going to maneuver. And I think he's going at speed 2, but he does have a navigate command.
But it's also turn 6, so as long as he stays on the board, that's all that matters.
That's right. Where he ends up is where he ends. They're ready to jump into hyperspace and get out of this situation. Measuring out here. I believe there will be 25 minutes left in the round. All right. ADAR G75 squad.
Squadron phase. No, not squadron phase.
Squadron
with
command,
squadron command.
on ADAR.
I'm jumping ahead. I'm excited. I'm waiting for that.
This is going to decide a lot. 1 damage. This is the squadron's
Rerolled
going
into an
Hiddick.
accuracy.
Next die.
Okay. Rogue squadron.
Looks like he's going to ADAR rogue. Dutch Vander time
Dutch
now.
Vander. Gonna go into the side here.
Here we go. He needs to roll a double black. He's
Yep,
going to have
he
to take
got
it. He doesn't want to re-roll that. The risk is too high.
Well, it's about equal whether it gets worse or better.
That's oh, he is taking the card. That's 4 hole zone left. 4 holes, 4 hole points left in the Mooney.
Taken 2 so far. Touch being ADAR Talon.
Yep.
Not a bad idea considering you have Bomber there.
That's correct. That GR75 did get destroyed by the Providence's front shot.
And there goes that transport heading out. Moving around. You're going to collect a couple more points here. That CR90 is easily going to be able to jump over
That's
that
right.
transport.
Probably do a real tight turn, just make sure you collect tokens.
Mirko making a decision on what to activate here, although I think he has to go with the Munificent.
That's correct. That's all that's left. He'll do some LTT flak and see if he can destroy something, maybe. Engineering, so he will be repairing.
Giving himself some extra shields, maybe moving around. Spending the token in the dial. Hoping to stay alive for the rest of the round. I think if you get the right combination of hits with all the squadrons, they might have a chance, but I think we're a little too far up. 1 damage card was discarded.
Yep, so he's got 5 hull points left. You said he moved shields too, Adrian? Okay, and he moved shields from the right to the left.
And again, trying to protect himself against all the...
Yep, flak time.
Good thinking in advance.
Who are we gonna shoot first here?
First flag, nothing.
That's not a hit. LTT.
There's a
Reroll.
hit.
LTT. 2
Adding in
blacks.
2 blacks with the LTT to just try and take something out. I think he's going after...
The MC30,
The MC30
has
has activated.
already gone. It got a double arc into the Mooney. Okay, rocket troopers.
Yep.
All right, LTT
Bringing in
and
2 blacks.
2 more blacks.
No, 2 reds.
2 reds. He was hoping for the
Blanks.
doubles.
Ooh.
He's gonna take 2.
Yep. Die was dropped. I think it was just a reg single hit.
I think so. Wow. All right. He's going to try and get past, but
Yeah, I don't think he will. I think he's just going to wind up hitting.
He's going to bump.
I don't see any way out of that.
Let's see here.
I mean, the good news is nothing's flying off the board.
That's true.
By the same token, do you really want to put yourself in a position where you are ramming opposing ships?
He does not want to take, that's another damage card to not help his case.
Yeah. But I don't know that there's enough squadrons to actually do enough damage. Then again, you get the right bomber combination maybe, but with the shields been moved around.
Well, the rogues can move to the weakest shield zone.
They can.
All right, he's gonna go ahead and ram.
Yep. Oh, maybe.
And it looks like bump back one, maybe.
Nope, it's not gonna move at all.
Yep, back to our original position.
So both the MC30 and the Munificent.
Yep.
Boink into each other.
First damage card for the MC30. All right, here we go. Or I think Dodonna's Pride still has to go, but
yeah,
perhaps
but I think they're doing speed 0. Dodonna's Pride speed 0.
Smart
so all
move.
it's up. We are now into the squad phase.
Yep. That's
Colin
right, Miko.
thinking hard.
4 hole left. 4 hole left.
First one, hit crit.
Pedic reroll
Into
to
a
a
hit.
damage.
I think that's just shield damage
Shield
here.
damage here.
Crowd is on their feet.
Next roll. Blank.
Ooh.
That's 2 squadrons out of the way. Here comes another.
We got a good number of YT 2400s.
How many shields left there, Adrian? That's another blank. Now he's not going to destroy it with these dice. 0 shields, so he just needs to get damage through to the hull. What about defense tokens? Anything left on that ship? Another blank. Wow.
Oh, luck is not with these dice for Colin.
These are rough. He's trying to put these back on the shelf. Dutch Vander, here we
Here's
go.
Dutch. What's he going to do?
He got a
There's
hit.
a hit.
He's going to take that damage.
Redirecting it, though. No.
Oh, he
Dutch
was on
is
the front. He's not rogue, so he had to do it there. Lando, 1 hit.
1 hit.
He's going to have him Pedic reroll it to a double.
Wow.
From Lando. Pedic betrayal.
Bracing it. Spending out the brace.
Burn brace. Redirect to the rear.
And there's our handshake.
And I think that's the last of the squadrons.
Game.
Wow. Time to check the points.
This is round 6 here. So they're going to go through points and see what happens through.
Wow. Well, thanks to the players for providing an awesome game, and thanks to Adrian for doing courtside reporting. It was great to have Colin on again, and Mirko, it was a pleasure, of course. Wow, what a game.
And they've got 11-4 in terms of victory tokens. That is a lot.
That is a lot of points. They're worth 15 points each, Ken.
I think if my calculations are correct, we're at 165-60 just in terms of victory tokens. That's a 105-point swing for Colin.
Wow. We're going to get the official points from the players here in just a minute.
I'm going to take a quick look around the tournament. There's 5 other tables that have finished. Mostly, we got a 6-5, 8-3. John unfortunately lost 8-3, but I think he's doing this on purpose because he wants to be in the streaming table tomorrow.
I think so. Thanks to everybody in the chat keeping up with this during this game.
Standings are adjusting. They are close though
This
right
was a
now.
Yep, this was a big win for Collins. I got to tell you, I love an underdog, and I like seeing these last chance qualifiers succeed.
You know, again, I personally am curious to see where our LCQ people wind up. And I think Colin may wind up being the person that is the hero to zero with from last chance.
I think so. Top 8 is on.
Or I'm sorry, it's 0 to hero, not hero to zero.
Get out of here.
Clearly, my math is wrong.
Wow. They're double checking their numbers here, making sure we get it right. We got ships and tokens account.
Ships, tokens, no squadrons. I don't think. No, I think there was one squadron.
A-wing squadron got destroyed. 11 points. 335 to 147.
7. I'm assuming that's Colin that wound up winning it. We're going to put together a few things, get you the MOV here.
335 to 147, 188 MOV.
188, so that's 60, 140, 220. So that is an 8-3.
8-3, I think. Those are huge points for Colin. What was he going into this?
Colin going into this, he was...
At
let's
13?
take a look. No. He was higher than that.
21?
Colin was at Colin was at 13.
Wow, this really.
So that puts him up to 21.
Wow, those are great numbers to be going into the last round with.
They really are, especially since some of the other ones right now are dealing right around 18. Now, here's the thing, though, that I'm starting to look at, though, when we are viewing our numbers here. I think it is distinctly possible that we may have a lot of people fighting for that top 8 in the top tables. This may still be almost anyone's game.
Yep.
We're still waiting for a few scores to come back.
Quite a few. Almost half the field is not finished yet.
Yeah, so we are definitely going to be taking an intermission break.
Wow. Oh, we should.
We're moving off to the presenter cam here. So it's me and Garrett. You get to see us for a change instead of ships, because isn't that
yeah.
fun?
Well, you know, you got to see this glowing blonde hair and pale face. So
we are literally directly underneath one of the convention center
lights. You can't put into words how bright it is here.
But, you know, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to say that this has been absolutely fun game to watch.
Yep.
We've got Adrian, our courtside, coming back in. Because as we were talking about, it'd be good to get his take. But right. Garrett.
I'm going to switch out with him.
I think Garrett just wants to, talk to the players.
You mean stand up? Yeah.
And stand up.
You know what? I'll trade it because I just want to sit down for a minute.
All right.
Adrian, you had the ability to
I just want to sit down before I fall down.
You've been on your feet for a while, but this is definitely a fun game to watch, and you got a real close, good view here.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I think this is the first game that we've seen on the stream where the players played on half of the map and could have done this on a 3x3. They didn't use the other side at all.
I can see that.
They were in engagement almost immediately, and that MC30 with H9s, rolling such damage. 8 damage and an accuracy on a small base ship, and then dodging away, and then coming on in and getting the double. MC30s are really tough to deal with. And the squads, again, PDIC is the MVP of the CIS fleet, and then unfortunately Corey's dice just kind of failed him a little bit there at the end, rolling a lot of black blanks. Statistically shouldn't have happened, but you know what? That's Armada. The dice are swingy.
Oh, most definitely. And actually, again, the first series, the PDIC, just was not effective. And then all of a sudden, just they came into life.
Yep.
I thought that Munificent had it. It eked out. Yep. The other one easily taken down. The shift in those points, the objective tokens, I thought Mirko was going to wind up getting quite a few more. But Colin just outplayed, turned that right to his advantage. And I think it was a combination of the fact that his ships were designed around blue crits.
Yes.
And that's scary when you've got volatile deposits and your opponent can actually leverage that against you. So you don't want to be
100%.
near those obstacles.
No.
So as soon as you look at that, you're like, well, I have to move away from my obstacles and maybe I'll give up a few points.
Right.
But the maneuverability of the CR90s and those MC30s, Colin was able to position himself in such a way where he was able to take away 11 tokens. And that's a lot from volatile deposits.
I'm sorry, 11 tokens is a lot of tokens in any objective.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
not disputing that.
That's crazy pills. And 11 to 4, 105-point swing right there.
Right there.
That's almost a big base ship worth of points.
That's almost a 7-4 victory in and of itself. I mean, we're one victory token away from that.
It is a 7-4 victory.
Yeah.
So,
But I think that's pretty much everything we've got for this game. So
Yep, that's
there's still some time left in this round, and I'm just going to check real quick. We appear to have a handful of tables for about 7 more that haven't reported in yet. So we'll be back with a couple of the scores after this. There is one more round to go.
one more
today.
round in the marathon, baby.
And we're going to probably try and start that one just a little early so we can talk about what some chances are. We'll probably do that while fleets are being set up as well.
Yep.
And we'll get into that.
Yep.
So this is going to be fun going into the end.
It's going to be close. There's, man, there are a lot of big names here at the top. So this last game is going to matter. It's going to matter a lot.
It really will. So we're looking forward to bringing it to you. So on behalf of the entire Ion Radio crew, including Adrian and Garrett, I'm Ken. So long from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center here in Schaumburg. You've been watching the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship here at AdeptiCon.
On the
we
day.
need to go ahead and do that again because I once again turned the audio off. This is now twice that, the Kwakian monkey lizards, folks, have decided that they are going to really mess with us today.
It's all the interns' fault, as usual.
We went through interns, we went through llamas, we went through, what did we get through? The Kwakian monkey lizards. I'm now relying on Huts and Bib Fortuna.
Not good.
This may not be good. So anyways, welcome back to Star Wars Armada stream. We are starting, we got a quick start already. We're going to go right to fleets and showcase what we have. We've got two competitors. We are doing table 3, I believe it is.
That is correct. Yep.
One of these fleets you guys will recognize because Colin has not left the table yet.
That's right. It is the Rebel fleet you just saw with that MC-30 that does all the damage with the H9s. And his opponent is an opponent that he has faced before, not in this tournament, but elsewhere. And so he actually said at one time that this fleet gave him a lot of trouble. So this is a matchup that really matters. If one of these guys gets a lower score, they could conceivably be knocked out.
They really can be.
Yeah.
And that's why we decided we were going to jump to a slightly different table. Not that table 1's going to be any different. Right now, when we're looking at the tournament points going into this round, I'm going to get off that.
Yep.
We are at 23 points at the top, and the top 20 players, top 19 players are separated by only 8 tournament points. So this is anyone's to win, and we are going to 8th place. So some of these guys may get dropped out.
Yeah, and if it makes that any different, the top 8 players in this list are separated by only 5 points.
Yeah, so this is
no laying back and taking a 6-5.
No, most definitely not. So let's go ahead and get to lists. I'm going to start here with Patrick's list just because he has not been on the channel yet.
Right.
So Patrick is from Sacramento, California, and he qualified at Golden State Games. Been playing this fleet for about a year and a half.
Yep.
His brother is known as Fearix on the Discords.
Uh-huh.
So Patrick's list, Radis list, and we thought this would be fun to see on the stream.
Radis drop.
He's got an MC-80 Star Cruiser with Ramus Antilles, Gunnery Team, Nav Team, Point Defense Ion Cannon, Spinal Armament, Linked Turbo Laser Towers, and the Mon Cairn title.
Ouch. Only one defense token when it shoots you that's what that title does. Heinous.
It's going to be tough. Taking a look, we've got 2 GR-75 medium transports, one with Torrent Far and munitions resupply, and one with 8R Talon and boosted comms. This should kind of tell you what's coming. Radis is on the CR-90 Corvette A with Ahsoka Tano, engine techs, cluster bombs. There's one you don't see often but can be fun. Linked Turbo Laser Towers, and Jaina's Light. Jaina's Light seems to almost always be on a CR-90.
Honestly, one of the best 2-point titles there is. So economical for what it does, and you just go where you want.
For squadrons, we have Dutch Vander, Wedge Antilles, Lando Calrissian, he's got an Armenian last name, a YT-2400, Shara Bay, and a single VCX 100 freighter, likely for strategic.
Yep. Very flexible squad ball. You've got the VCX that can do a bunch of things. You've got Shara Bay for the lockdown Dutch Vander with the bomber. Lando, it's the rogue's chance. It's Lando.
Going over to the other list, we're going to quickly go over Colin's list. This is his Kraken list, and that MC-30 list did really well in the stream we just saw.
Yes, aside from having PDIC be his bane at the end of the rounds, his MC-30 torpedo frigate, all the damage all the time up close, and with H9s, ouch! It is a flotilla killer. It's a small ship killer. It's a killer. Ordnance experts with those extracts, expert shield tech for a little tankiness, and Kraken. I mean, expert shield tech and Kraken right there could reduce 2 damage, and they tend to stay at distance anyway. Good on them. Captain Rex on the Corvette B with ion cannon batteries, Jaina's Light. Dudana's Pride, which you don't see much of on the other CR. A GR-75 with 8R Talon and boosted comms. Another GR-75 with Torrent Far. That helps all the squads, those GR-75s do. And Lando on Lando action. Lando Calrissian, Shara Bay, Dutch Vander, 3 YT-2400s, Rogue Squadron, and an A-Wing Squadron. Ouch.
I mean, this is 2 Rebel fleets, both designed to hit hard.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I'm clearly looking forward to seeing exactly how these fleets wind up working out.
Yep.
So we are going to move back to the action. They're already in deployment, and we're just going to move a couple things around the screens here so that we can better see them and
now
make sure we monitor lists as
just
we
so
go
that
through.
everybody is aware. Colin is player 1, Patrick is player 2, and they are playing Patrick's Infested Fields.
Patrick is at the bottom of our table. Colin is staying at the top of the table.
You can see that Colin is already doing a good job, as the both of them are, padding those deployments with the squads.
And if we have any question here, please feel free to throw it in the chat. We will do the best here to respond back. Change the name to Colin Radio. So we will see what happens. There's not any PDICs. There are,
Yep,
but
there
not
are.
nearly as much as we
Nope.
faced again. But a Radis list is still scary.
Radis drop. He's going to drop that MC-80 down, and he'll have point defense. So, and the scary thing about Radis is when you drop that ship, I mean, if you do it right, you're going to drop it in a double arc.
Yep.
And yes, the first player will have some way of getting out of it, but these guys are so experienced. I'm looking to see that MC-80 dropped, giving 2 ships a bad choice.
As we move through this round, we know that the round started at 5:30, so we are looking at a 7:45 local time round ending.
Yep.
After which we'll bring you tournament scores at the end of the day. My hope right now is that we can update you with some of the tournament scores, because we do believe this is going to be close.
Yes, absolutely. If it's, if anything is indicated by the last game, both of these guys are experienced enough. I mean, it's Patrick's objective, and certainly Colin is no stranger to it. They're going to be going for points. I mean, if you can't shoot those ships, the points are what determine the biggest margin of victory. We saw that in the last game, where
Agreed.
the biggest margin for Colin was off those 11 tokens.
That
So,
was insane.
Yeah. One of the comments when I was out at the table he made, which was kind of funny, he says, "Farming is a peaceful life." And that was true. He was farming up those tokens. So let's see what it's going to take in Infested Fields for these guys to get some tokens here.
So big thing here, special rule, is that when a ship or squadron overlaps an obstacle, that ship or squadron's owner may remove an objective token on the obstacle to gain 1 victory token. Note that all obstacles will have an objective token on it. And 2 Exergorths will also be involved, each one touching a different obstacle. So at the start of each squadron phase, Exergorths do their attacks. They're removed from the table. Second player moves those obstacles that the Exergorth was touching to within distance 1 to 2 of its current location. And then at the end of the round, for each obstacle without Exergorth that's not in the play area, second player puts them back on and touching that obstacle. So there is a possibility to win 75 victory tokens. Usually this winds up in one player getting a 15-point swing.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about it is those Exogorths. If you're going to put those Exogorths out, you got to really watch out what squads you're throwing in the way, because even if you land on that obstacle, the Exogorths cannot be obstructed by the obstacle that they're on. So they're gonna get a chunk out of you if you're not careful.
Right. And as we could see, Patrick's already lined up those 3 of the debris fields right there next to him.
Right in front of him.
So to pick those up, I'm pretty sure Colin will easily be able to pick up the 2 on his side.
Yep.
The Exergorths are there, so you want to be cautious on using them with the squadron.
Yep.
But nonetheless, here's the handshake starting off the game, and we officially begin round 1. Garrett is our courtside reporter, bringing us the speeds and everything else. And we're going to see what we have here. So, Dodonna's Pride. We're going to go from the left to the right. Dodonna's Pride is running at speed 3, Janus Light at speed 3. Actually, all the Rebel ships on Collins' side are moving at speed 3.
That sure looks like a Kraken fleet.
It does, doesn't it?
Sure
I'm
does.
not really that surprised. Occasionally, I will start my fleets with Kraken at speed 2. We're still setting dials here. At the bottom, speed 2 on the 2 GR75s and speed 3 on the CR90. CR90 does have Radis. That MC80 is clearly not on the board. Table.
Yeah, well, that CR90 is going to be able to go wherever it wants. It's so maneuverable. It's going to come in hot. It just has to stay out of trouble. That MC30 might try to hunt it down, depending on where it is on the board, and then just drop that stuff. Honestly, if Colin is not careful, man, I'd want to get that MC30 out of the way as fast as possible. That was just bad news all the way around last game.
All right, making a couple decisions, talking about what they can and can't do with Radis. Looking at all kinds of different possibilities, going the rules, making sure each player understands the opposing player's fleets. And away we go with our first activation. That looks like the GR75 transports are moving and sitting down. That is the Adar Talon transport.
And he's tokening a squadron. I saw him do this a lot last game too. He's going to be able to activate 3 when he needs it. Squadron token.
Squadron token on the opposing GR75.
Yep, these guys are going to have some similar play style, I have a feeling.
Also Adar Talon.
Yep.
Interesting.
This is going to be like a clone fleet. You know, I think that, yeah, who is the Bizarro Rebel fleet? Who is the clone Rebel fleet? You know, are these guys going to get confused among each other's Adars and Landos? I don't know.
I don't know. That's
we'll
a
have
tough
to see.
one.
I think we've got the good paint jobs on Collins' side, although the other ships are painted nicely. But the light blue and white fleet, that'll be easy to keep them apart. Nice crowd gathering around, looking at this game. Both of these are going to be contenders. If you have to face these guys in the top 8 situation, crazy.
Torn Far on Collins' side here.
Squadron token.
Got a squadron token. And right now the names do match the players' positioning. Patrick on the left, Colin on the right. When we switch the other camera angle, it'll be flipped.
Yep.
But trying to get Huts to change the names to match where the players are at, it's just not worth it, folks. Maybe if we were on Nar Shaddaa. Unfortunately, we're streaming this live from Coruscant.
Yep. All right.
Thank you again to Atomic Mass Games and Will Schick in particular for coming to visit us earlier this afternoon. If you did miss that, go check out our last stream. It's going to be towards the end. He helped close things out right after the Armada game finished.
Yeah, you know, Armada fans, go back and listen to this interview. Ken, I got to just toss it out to you. Great job, great interview, super informative, just makes the Armada community smile. I've already heard reaction to the interview saying, yes, you know what? Armada is a game that's getting some attention. Screw the naysayers. We're here to stay. Good times.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. A lot of positive comments that we had, and we're getting more right now. But it was Will's a lot of fun, actually. Very down-to-earth guy.
Yep, super nice guy.
In fact, all of the staff, both here at AdeptiCon and Atomic Mass Games, that I've had the opportunity to work with and speak with, have been just great. The entire tournament and the entire day. We are going to be experiencing a little bit of noise off to our right.
Yep, they're closing that wall again. Torn Far with a navigate, gonna comms net that over. Looks like we're running over some squadrons here as they move, but that's not a big deal. That seems to be kind of par for the course. Navigate for Jaina's Light. So Colin, per the usual arrangement, really getting maneuverable here.
He had to jump out there for a second, take care of a bot that was infiltrating things. We are not going to allow any robots in this Imperial garrison. Wow, impressive.
Whoa.
If you guys heard that, that was Colin really excited.
Yep, Jaina's
Picking
Light.
up 2 tokens.
2 tokens. And of course, Jaina's Light does not care that she's landing on those obstacles.
Does not
That's
at all.
That's some fancy flying. Just heard Patrick say the best laid plans of mice and men. They're both having fun with this objective. These are 2 top level players just having fun with the unusual circumstances that might come into the game. You know that they've both seen this dozens of times, and having something fun like that happen just amuses everybody.
No, it totally does. And I got to hand it to these. We've got, like, once again, we've got 2 great competitors. Navigation on Radis is CR90. But
coming in hot.
I love when I get to see little victories like this with Star Wars Armada. And we've got a crowd starting to form around this table.
Definitely.
Looks to be about 7 or 8 people.
Yep. The crowd is really enjoying that double as well. I don't think many of them have seen that happen before.
No.
Lots of smiles around the outer ribbon.
Colin's got this big smile on his face, and Patrick is not phased by it at all.
Nope, he's just concentrating on getting Radis in there.
I'm even going to go so far as to say Patrick's even happy that that happened for Colin, and he's sitting there saying to himself, you know what, that's cool, I'm engine teching, and I'm going to change a couple things here.
Yep.
And I think he's not too worried about a couple objective points.
That's right, he's going to get his. Discussing Dodonna's Pride for Navigate. That's not a shock. I think we're going to see a whole lot of navigating coming from Colin. His whole business last game was using those dials effectively, get in the proper position. He's going to try to, I think, give a couple different options to Patrick about where to drop that hammer of an MC-80.
I'm going to agree with you there. And that's going to be probably the most strategic decision that is also probably got to be the most nerve-wracking that Patrick's going to have to make.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick is first player, so Colin's first player, sorry. So Patrick is going to really have to carefully put the MC-80 in a position where it can make use, maybe multiple targets threatening in the front. That way, if the first player, Colin, moves one out of the way, there's still a viable target.
I'm going to agree with that. That's a nav on this MC-30, moving around, speed 4.
Okay.
I think we got a lot of things out of deployment zones almost.
Yep. You know, Ken, you mentioned earlier that we're not going to allow any robots on the chat. That's true, unless it's the CIS.
Well, we'll allow Grievous, a couple comms frigates. Why not?
That's right.
And now, end of turn, or at the beginning squadron phase here, we're moving some asteroids.
They're moving things into place.
So I think Patrick was hoping that he could have pulled one of those in his general direction.
Yep.
Checking some ranges here. Colin trying to figure out what he's doing, and we're going to be activating some squadrons here in just a moment.
checking some ranges here, moving those squadrons. Man, those walls are really loud.
Really are. Probably really heavy. I'm glad I'm not the one moving them.
Yeah,
Good
they
night,
look heavy.
Peter Saber. Thank you for joining us for
Yeah.
the first 3 rounds and the first turn of round 4. We appreciate the support you have for us. I hope you can come back tomorrow.
Absolutely. You know, I just Peter, real quick. We've chatted online. He supports the community with a great many endeavors, and just an all around generous and great guy. Thank you, Peter. All right, back to the action.
1 token taken by Patrick. Walls aren't that loud on stream. That's good to know. They are absolutely noisy over here.
Yeah, they make us nervous whenever they move them because we're thinking that there's just going to be an absolute rumble in the mic, but it's good that you're not hearing it.
Another token picked up by Patrick.
Yep. So after the squad phase is done, we are going to see those Exogorths come out.
Now, I am extremely curious what Colin's thinking is here with moving these squadrons. I think a lot of it is keeping it within range. That makes me seem to think he wants to activate that GR75 with the squadron.
Well, he's taking the tokens on a couple so that he can activate 3. He's going to get them out of the way of any of those Exogorths if Patrick, which he will, pop them around those objectives or obstacles nearest Colin. So I think, yeah, we just got to make sure that those squads are within activation range so that they can get out of the way. No sense giving your opponent free hits from an Exogorth if he can help it. And he's, I think, got to watch out with that CR,
There's a CR over
in
there,
the back, because being so close to those asteroids, you can put one of those Exogorths in the way, and if a ship runs over them, it's a damage.
I'd agree.
Not a card,
Totally
but
agree.
a damage.
Right. You're suffering that damage.
That's correct. All right, some fine
A lot of
adjustments
positioning.
here.
We're going to slowly get to the end of the squadron phase. We'll see the
Yes.
Exogorths come out in a moment.
Yes.
But no shots fired in round 1. This, I think, is the second or third game that we've had on stream where we haven't really had a lot of action in that first turn.
You know, the first turn for a lot of these guys, I don't think it's this. In this case, it's these guys, but a lot of times the experienced players will have their first round already mapped out. They know what they need to do to get in a good position to react to their opponent or to take it to their opponent. And in this case, especially with the squad balls, what they are, got to set up being able to activate them, get them into position so that they can affect your opponent's fleet.
As we continue positioning some of the different squadrons here, Patrick did pick up that third token. All objective tokens now for invested fields have been picked up. Patrick has a slight lead now at 15 points.
That's right. But you can rest assured, with the scores being as close as they are and other people threatening, it isn't going to end here.
No, I don't think so.
They're going to go and try to kill some points.
In fact, actually, if we take a quick look at the tournament scores.
Yep.
Well, we were already talking about those. Where we are looking here at day 2, we are only getting the top 8 to come in.
Right.
And
all right, we're going to
moving
be
in now to
setting
round
dials
2.
for round 2.
Here's where the fun begins.
Yep.
But yeah, as Adrian was pointing out, top 8 right now, 5-point difference. And to really get into a point to where you don't have anyone that really has much of a chance to get in, you'd need to go to about 22nd place.
Yeah.
Because that's where, well, let me correct that. That's where you're not going to have a good chance to win.
Right.
It is possible for someone as low as probably about, maybe, I think you almost have almost anyone that has an opportunity to get into 8th place. It's going to be tough, but I think it's
That's
possible.
right. No, absolutely so. You know, if one of these top players tables another, everyone on the bottom that has played a close game will
Yeah.
then move up. And it's That's why you have to be so consistent over so many games.
Right.
This is an endurance tournament.
And it's difficult, too. When you really look at, now, a lot of these players that are in here, well, all the players that have been in here now have played 8 games. Well, this is their 8th game.
Yeah.
There are 2 exceptions to this. That's Damon and Colin, who's on stream, who have now, this is their 12th game.
Yes.
They're probably about as exhausted as we are, except they're standing.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the case.
So kudos to them. Now, Colin did change his fleet up
That's right.
from the first day.
Super effective.
He's
It
been
looks-
outstanding
looks great.
all 3 days.
Yep. All right.
And then we will definitely bring you guys more Armada action tomorrow. We are only going to be bringing 3 rounds because that is the extent of what we have.
That's the top 8.
Curious if anyone can hear that nice big bang that's happening right next to us.
All right. So I think he was a good sign of sportsmanship as well. Colin just pointing out the shield dial was incorrect on the front of one of those ships before it gets attacked. So making sure everything is as it should be before the beginning of round 2. I think there's a little friendly banter back and forth between the opponents, which is fun to see.
They're both smiling and laughing, and I think anytime you have competition at this level, when you can sit down and talk across the table and just laugh and have a good time with your opponent, you've got great competitors for that.
That's right.
And that means the world.
Well, they're laser focused with their eyes on the table, and their mouths are smiling and throwing out some banter. All right. Dodana's Pride with a navigate, opening the 2nd round. Let's see where that CR wants to go. Oh, a flanking maneuver per the usual arrangement. Some of those ships are going to have a bad day.
Definitely indicative and similar to what Colin has done in the past. A nice slow move to get that right in, not bonking any ships. And there we go with Dodana's Pride. Now remember, all of Colin's ships, they're limited to blue range, so nothing's really going to fire beyond medium range. So he's got to come in and knife fight.
Yep. All right, let's see what Patrick's going to do.
Torn far, activating now, navigate. Still just predominantly maneuvering our ships here.
You know, it's a rebel fleet, and they like to maneuver. They're good at maneuvering. You know, they're going to get in a position before they make a move.
I am wondering if we are going to see, if we're going to see some massive combat here, maybe in turn 3, but I think it's going to be turn 4. So we're positioning, getting things ready. We might see some squadron battle, maybe this turn.
Question in the chat real quick, asking if Colin had the bid here. I believe that Patrick had the bid, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look.
I will have to total up Colin's fleet because I don't have a total for that. Give me 1 second and we'll answer that question for you.
Because it is Colin's objective, and I think that I think he chose to go 2nd.
Both fleets are at 400, so they had to have rolled off.
Oh, they rolled off.
Patrick
okay,
must
both are at
have won
400.
the bid because he decided to go 2nd.
Yep. When you make a 400-point fleet, it's kitted out to the max, and it's also designed to not care if you go 2nd.
Right.
And you know, an interesting thing to point out is with the Radis drop, second player, yeah, it's. I think with Colin being first player, that'll let him get out of the way of that Radis. So,
Colin
you know what?
activates his MC30 with a nav.
Yeah, let's see if we can clarify that with Garrett. He might have seen that roll off. Can you clarify for us, Garrett? Did Colin win the roll off and decide to go first?
We're going to find out from our courtside reporter soon enough.
These guys moved real quick, so we didn't see them. Yeah, okay, so actually Colin won the roll-off and decided to go first, which makes sense with Radis. So, yep, so that is the issue. So Colin won the roll-off and decided to go first. Thank you, chat. Yeah, they went pretty quick, so we were kind of making a guess. Yeah.
That's kind of exactly what we're thinking.
Yep, exactly. Same. More chat comments about picking first. Yep, absolutely.
Watching what we're doing here.
Thank you. All right, let's see what we got. Careful measurements on the part of Patrick.
Well, again, we're fighting for possible tournament placement here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And this is one of those things where if you get tabled, that is probably going to knock you out of the top 8.
And to be perfectly honest, I think that maybe an average score from one of these guys might not make it.
You know,
with so many people close.
Agree.
So I think I honestly think they're going to go for broke here. I really believe that they need the points.
No, I
not
think
because
you're right.
they're behind, just to be sure.
It's you want to make sure that you're able to do that.
Yeah.
And you have 2 other tables where you've got, again, Colin with 21 points and Patrick with 19.
That's right.
And if you figure everyone else is going to be in the 28 range, you are in a position where you could see here, let's say you almost need to score up 8 points and 8-3 to kind of guarantee being in the top 8.
And if you score that 8-3, maybe your opponent isn't top 8.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got 3 other folks with more points that we can see just off the top of the screen. So it's this is a really important match.
No, it is, and we're going to be updating as those matches end. We will be updating exactly what positioning people are in, and hopefully we can tell you as the games go on.
Yeah, as per the usual arrangement, we're not going to leave you hanging, and we will let you know before we're done here who the top 8 are that are going to be advancing to Sunday for the make or break.
A lot of thinking here.
Yep.
Colin trying to decide what he wants to do.
Can see some chompy exogorths out on the field. I'm thinking we're going to see some squads moving.
Yeah.
You can see one right near Colin and one near Patrick. The players take turns placing those. Each place one.
I mean, this is a tough one. I mean, you don't want any player to get knocked out
That's
of
right.
the tournament.
That's right. You know, and everybody is so nice. You kind of root for everybody,
You
right?
really do.
There won't be any disappointment, no matter who gets in, really. You know, so we can,
keeping some distance.
Yeah.
You don't want that radish ship to just drop down and pulverize.
Boy.
An MC80, especially the way it's equipped, with spinals.
Like I say.
And gunnery team. That's going to easily take down any of the CR90s.
Yep, with LTT, Mon, Karen, like I say, it's the hammer. It's the hammer waiting to drop.
It really is. So nav here from Radis, taking it as a token.
Yep.
crowd's still hanging out. I think there's a lot of eyes on this game.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There's one or two games that I think are pretty much already decided in terms of it being slow, trying to conserve points.
Oh, dear. All right, so I don't know if you see what I see, Ken.
Oh,
but
how close is
here
that?
comes, well, he's flirting with the rock, yes. But if he can get to the side of that rock, that's Radis. Look at what's behind or nearest Collins' edge. You know, you can orient that drop any which way you want.
Yes.
There's 3 juicy targets that are just sitting there that would be ideal to point that MC80 at for a huge, huge shot.
Now, paying attention to the board state here, yeah, that'd be a great place to drop that Radis ship, literally right behind the Sierra 90.
Kind of pointed backwards a little bit, like toward the right-hand side of the screen, the viewing area. Collins left, our right. You know, just kind of like pointed backwards a little bit to kind of lead those ships with where they're going to be moving. You know it's going to be cracking, moving fast, so you kind of like gauge where that speed 3 or 4 is going to be and lead them accordingly.
I'm agreeing with you here. And everything you're saying, you're hitting on all the right points. But when you do look at that MC80 Star Cruiser, it is a Star Cruiser, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that Star Cruiser. You are looking at 3 reds, 4 blues.
And the extra red for spinal.
I was just going to say, as soon as you start adding in the extra dice, your spinal, and you know, you have gunnery teams.
Right.
And so we're moving some A-wings here.
And Ray Antilles. I mean, wow.
We actually, what are we doing here? We are making an attack here.
A-wing to
firing
YT 2400.
into YT 2400. This is going to be fascinating to see. So that is 2 hits.
No tokens to mitigate that. The YT just takes it in the chops.
No, actually, cluster bombs can be quite useful.
Shara Bay coming in hot. Let's see what she's going to do.
I'll get to cluster bombs in a second. We're just going to see what we have for the moment here with these fighters.
Yep.
So against the YT here. 3
Ooh,
hits.
3 hits. Ouch. That YT is hanging by a thread.
These are some devastating attacks.
Yeah. His dice are back.
You know what? They are.
Yeah, 1 hull left on that YT. Yeah, wow. All right, so.
It says we're out of squadrons.
Yep.
Making the trek around with that GR-75.
Yep. Coming around.
Keeping it away from potential danger here. And then, what's left? I think it's the other transport now. And that, if I remember correctly, it should be, that is the Torrent Far.
Nice.
Can I activate some squadrons?
Yep,
most
sure,
likely.
checking activation range.
You can take out one of those YT 2400s.
Yeah, just get rid of it. It's dice you don't need.
There is only the one YT 2400 in Patrick's list.
Yep. Well, Colin's got 3 of them, and those are some great runs.
I mean, they.
8R tapped Shara. Wow. Okay.
So with cluster bombs, that's after a squadron performs attack against you. That's the ship that it's on.
Yeah.
Even if you're destroyed, discard their card to roll 4 blue dice.
And that's after a squadron performs an attack against you.
Correct. So then that squadron will suffer 1 damage for each hit or crit that's rolled. So that is one way to knock out a ship. Because keep in mind, this is not a situation where you are doing an attack.
Right. All right. We see a squad command getting dialed up and not getting used.
You're suffering damage. You're not defending against an attack. So your tokens are completely useless against cluster bombs.
That's right.
Exogorts pulled out.
Yep.
And they had no shots. Starting to move
Or chomps.
these squadrons.
Oh, moving the objective. They are moving them now because the ones that did have the Exogorts or did not.
These are the two that did have the Exogorts. I am looking at this thinking that I think I know what Patrick wants to do here. And clearly those Exogorts are going to go back up. There's only a handful of squadrons left to activate.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to the...
Shara into the YT.
2 hits.
Yep.
Few people sitting down watching the Armada action.
Yes. Doing some range measurements here.
I think Colin really wants to make sure wherever he's going, he's out of those potential Exogorth ranges. He wants to protect his ships from the squad.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's why he's moving some of those squads in around the MC-30. He wants to make sure that none of Patrick's ships can come in and bomb his side, especially the side that is likely to see a drop a la Radis very shortly.
I do think we are going to see Radis here in turn 3.
I think he has to come out at the top of the round. Yep. He needs to get into the fight, and they need to start accumulating some points.
Well, I think the fact that that CR90, it is positioned well because you're not going to really be able to do anything against it at this point.
Right.
But you wait a little too long, that CR90 goes up your table, doesn't matter that Radis's MC80 hasn't come out. And that would be a huge win for Colin.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on record, though, in saying that I rather doubt that Patrick's going to allow that to happen.
Yep.
Again, just positioning our squadrons, activating most of them. Look like there's a handful left to go.
You see, my thought is again the same. I think if you drop Radis's ship pointed backwards from the orientation of the way the CR is flying, so he's pointed backwards, facing the MC-30, facing where those other 2 smalls are going to be going. Dial up a con fire on that first round. Obviously, he can't be the first one to activate, but Colin's going to have to pick which ship doesn't get shot. And there's 3 of them in pretty close proximity. And the arc on that MC-80 is big. It's Star Destroyer-like. Yep.
I think it might actually almost be a little wider.
Actually, the Star Destroyer arcs, as an Imperial expert, is actually the widest in the game, but it's close.
Is it
super close? Yeah, for sure. On that one, on the Star Cruiser.
So remember with Radis, you're going to deploy Radis' Star Cruiser at a distance of 1 to 2.
Now they can't be overlapping squadrons and can't be overlapping the first ship, and it can't be the first ship to activate that round. But distance 2 could be behind it. And if you do distance 2 out the tail end of that CR90,
facing right at the
MC-30. Look at where all those other ships are circling.
Yeah.
And that's a big base. I think the MC-30 could be in blue range, and I think that those other ships are going to be traveling right into that danger zone.
That'd be an interesting possibility. Rekus and front arc, yeah.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, Reku front arc is probably it is the widest in the game. Yeah. The crazy front arc.
That is an insane front arc.
Yep. Because when you tell a robot front, it's everything that far forward.
That's true.
That's right. no finesse in the robot world.
Well, I think that's just because the robots can hang out the front of the ship. I mean, they don't
There you
need
go.
air to breathe, right?
That's right. That's right. All right, moving some stuff in.
Patrick activating this next squadron. Trying
Yep.
to determine how far away he is from some of the other ones.
Yep. All right, Ken, do we take a gentleman's bet? I don't know if you want to, but I'm guessing that Radis drop is going to come at the top of the round. It's going to be off the back of that CR90. What do you think?
I don't think so anymore because of where that squadron was just placed. I think if that squadron was not put there, then there might be a chance of being put out in the back.
You're not wrong.
Char's engaging
moving.
Y-wings. And this is now eliminated. I guess if you were going to put it behind the front CR90, the only way you would do that, you'd have to put it far enough away.
Right.
You could potentially put it aiming at the one CR90 up at the top. Now that I believe is Janus Light. But would you want to nail that one?
Yeah, I don't know.
You also have a CR90 coming off to the left at the bottom of the screen with an MC30. That is one heck of a way if you place the MC80 incorrectly.
Right.
You're being pinched between.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. You know, I believe when Radis's card says that you can't overlap squadrons, but you can overlap obstacles.
You can.
I mean, I don't know why you'd want to, I guess, but it's possible. Oh, there's Nexogorth, so you don't want to overlap that. So maybe that's taking some possibilities away.
Well, can you deploy overlapping obstacles, though?
Yes. I believe you can. I mean, you take the effect.
Why you wouldn't want to do that?
No Radis. Okay, well.
No Radis.
You know
we were
what?
both wrong.
That's right. Here, our expert analysis in the chat that said, gonna wait around, you are correct.
I think that was Corsac that said that.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice job. Gonna continue to circle.
Someone said that.
Yep, it was Corsac.
Yep.
Corsac 9. You are correct, sir.
As we are waiting.
Yep,
for
doing the dials.
Dials to get set.
Looks like Colin is taking some pictures here for future reference. You know, going back and studying what this is doing. This is going to be, I mean, these are the challenging moments in a tournament that you want to learn from or celebrate.
I completely agree. Adar Squadron. Making some decisions here on where he wants to put things. He'll have tape to study. Yeah, that is one of the neat things you can do with having our being on stream here.
Yes.
We're trying to provide not only great coverage, but good Dutch attacking evil Dutch.
All right. Looks like Colin has destroyed. Oh, destroyed Dutch on Dutch action.
Wow.
That's not the going Dutch I remember from my youth. All right. Squadrons moving on out. Rogue Squadron into Dutch. Let's see this roll. Evil Dutch. All right, Garrett, can you please clarify which side is evil? Patrick wishes to be known as the evil when it's more than one. So, so Colin by default is the good.
I guess that would be the case. Dutch having
Dutch has
3
3 health.
I am looking up that rule on deployment. I'm willing to agree with people on stream, but I want to double check here with setup.
Generic YT 2400.
One hit.
All right. More measuring, more moving of some squadrons. ADAR tap the YT. That's interesting. All right.
You know, I might be thinking the huge ships, because I think there's a rule on the Super Star Destroyer.
Could be. Ooh, this is going to be a tight tuck in behind that MC-30 if you can make it.
That's what's confusing me. Is a huge ship cannot be deployed overlapping obstacles.
Ah, okay. Ramming at 3?
Bonk at 3, able to overlap the maneuver tool. 1 damage though taken to the GR-75.
That's one way to stay in place.
That it is. Keeping you away from other potential problems.
Yep.
You also don't want to overlap yourself or put yourself into a position where magically and mystically Radish shows up and blows up a couple GR-75s.
Yeah, there's that.
Especially with a real close game already.
Yep.
I think what we're trying to do here, make sure that we're within range of certain squadrons. Being mindful of where that Exergarth is. ADAR talent has been activated. This is on Patrick's side.
Right.
Squadron command, moving one.
Evil ADAR.
Evil ADAR.
Yep,
yeah.
evil ADAR.
Still trying to figure out how that was decided that Patrick's evil ADAR.
He seemed to be happy when he shouted it out to Garrett that he got to be evil. So I think that was an easy decision.
Well, if these are clones, though.
All right, Wedge is attacking the YT.
Attacking the YT. Let's see what we have here. No,
oh, he's
Rogue
going to
Squadron.
Rogue Squadron. Okay.
Last second changes here.
Yep. All right, let's see this. Let's see the dice pool from Wedge. This. Oh, it's going to be big. Yep. Oh.
Look at that 2 reroll.
Reroll
1,
3. Ouch. Ouch.
Not quite the result he was hoping for.
Yep. ET's finger is glowing as it's pointing at Rogue Squadron.
Yes. Well, there's 1 squadron.
Yep.
1 more to go off the GR-75.
Yeah.
This little break here is brought to you by drinking water, something you need to be doing while streaming for 3 days straight.
Hydration, very important.
And we're going to go ahead and pause for just 15 seconds here. You are watching the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship Tournament at AdeptiCon, covered here by Ion Radio. There you go. That's the only filler material I got in my head. So. Taking a quick look. I think it's way too early for anyone to be done.
Yep. Oh, Lando's going to be going into the YT. Let's see what Lando rolls. This is going to be fun. Oh, my goodness gracious.
4
Ouch.
with an accuracy.
Holy shnikes. Oh, reroll? That's it.
Ooh.
All right. Oh.
5 damage.
Wow.
5.
Oh, no. 1 left. Oh, good grief. That's...
Oof.
These guys are all rolling wonderfully with their squadrons. 8 R-tapped Lando.
And
oh,
now,
of course. Of course.
Now all of a sudden you've got that Lando capability again, and another 5 or 6 hits would be horrible.
Yeah. I mean, there's a point where you say, with that big a pool and your dice rolling that well, for 1 hull, do you waste Lando on that? Probably not. You probably use a different squad and Lando attacks someone else if possible.
I think you're right. You're right.
All right, now we're going to be doing the measurement. I think we're going to see this getting out of the way of the Radis drop. They're jumping up, trying to get out of there.
Well, but that CR90 still has yet to move.
Yep.
So I'm very curious to see. Well,
don't forget any part. Well, hey, that's weird. Any part of that drop can be at 1 to 2 of that.
Right.
Ship, so
I'm not sure where it's going to go.
Me neither.
All right, folks, in the chat, go ahead, put down your predictions on where Radis may drop. Have a little bit of fun here. If that ended, that must have just ended. And yeah, that was a repeat. That is why we opted not to follow that one.
Yep.
Well, that did win with another 6-5 MOV of 0.
Yep.
That would have been a quick streamed game. I'm glad we didn't do table 1.
Yeah, sure would have been. Sure would have been. We'll see what happens. Yeah, that was a runaway type of game. Boy, those guys they seem comfortable with their point totals then, huh? I don't know. They whew. I don't know if they were doing the math on that one, but we'll see.
Well, actually, we can do a quick check here because that should now be updated in T4. James is now sitting at the top at 29 points. Daniel at 28 with everyone else still yet to go.
But, yeah, so let's see, 28. So if...
Well, if Colin gets an 8-3, he'll be ahead and take first place.
That's
Patrick needs a 10-1 to be able to do that. But I would venture to guess that if both of them, either one of them scores a 7 or an 8, they'd be sitting in a good position.
That's right. Okay, Torin.
I almost want to pull out a whole sheet of loose leaf and start figuring out what the possibilities are.
Yeah, actually, with those high point totals, they do seem fairly safe unless there's some really big scores.
Right.
For the leaderboard.
And that could happen.
It sure could.
Hopefully, for them, it doesn't, because if they literally did what they did yesterday, I would be kicking myself if I found out that I needed a 7-4 to make the top 8.
Yep.
Just out of range of the Exogorth.
All right,
going
attacking
after wedge.
Let's see what happens. Ouch.
Yeesh.
Wow.
That's 3 more hits.
Yeah. Gosh, they're getting the accuracies they need. They're getting the hits they need. The dice are on fire.
These are incredible dice.
Yeah, wedge braced it, but still, wow.
Definitely an exciting game.
Yeah, definitely. And the anticipation is kind of killing me about where we're going to see this.
I want to know when Radis comes out.
Right.
I think what Colin's doing here is making sure anything that he has to activate before the Exogorth's shoot is taken care of.
Yes.
All right, going after wedge. That die roll just came out. 2 hits.
He's
green
accuracy
brace
the green
accuracy.
brace.
Braces that down to 1, losing 1 of wedge's braces.
Right. Okay. 2 hull left on wedge.
I think what I'm going to do for the moment, we're just going to go ahead and leave the dice tray in the upper corner here.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of squad action where that's going to be helpful.
I think there will be.
Yep. The measuring tools come out.
What Stephan is typing out in chat is exactly what I'm thinking. But I'm the one that wants to sit there and do the math to figure out exactly what that would wind up being.
All right, obstructed shot in the wedge.
Waiting for Collins to roll.
Yep. Oh, there's the 2.
There's 2.
Oh, he's got the brace.
He's got
bracing
a brace
it to 1.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
So there's a clarification which Patrick just made. So he can modify the dice. If he had modified that into an accuracy, that's after the pool, it wouldn't have counted as a hit. So you modify it into a hit so that it counts as damage.
So he changed it into a hit.
That's right.
So sportsmanship here, making sure that someone doesn't make a mistake.
Well, and you know, and actually there is an official judge actually watching the match. He's nodding his head yes in agreement. So that is absolutely the ruling.
No, definitely. Once again, sportsmanship here. All players are making sure that no one is doing a mistake that's going to cost them something.
That's right. That's right.
But I do believe that pulls wedge off the table, doesn't it?
Yep, wedge is dead. No Riken here, so wedge is gone. We may have clones of squads, but not zombies.
Another 19 points here for
Collins.
Collins.
Wedge is 19. That's a nice little bump.
So right now Collins ahead by 4.
Uh-oh, another ram by the flotilla.
Flotillas ramming flotillas.
Ooh.
Oh, they're both going to take a damage.
Adar's got 1 hull left. They're just running into each other.
And this is still turn 3.
All right, Radis CR is flacking.
There's a hit. LTT.
LTT.
Making a decision on which dice. Doing 2 reds.
2 reds. Oh, he got the accuracy.
Accuracy.
Holy cow. So, well, she'll probably brace it, right?
Brace it to 1.
Oh, accuracy to brace. So she scattered it. Interesting.
Force her to spend out the scatter.
That's right.
2 reds into Jaina's.
Okay.
That's 1 hit.
Just 1. Evade.
We are at long range, so that makes sense.
All right.
Making a tight turn.
All right. Yep. Speed 2. He's making that turn.
And here's it comes engine tech.
Okay. Yep.
So we're really curious here just to kind of try and figure out. I think Radis is probably going to come out turn 4. Well,
yeah,
they'll bring out the MC80.
Yeah, it'd be. I think he needs to get some points somehow. Side to rear.
To rear.
Oh, okay. Good redirect.
Redirect. Well.
Oh.
Forced reroll.
Yep, forced reroll. Same result. More laughter as all the rerolls are happening here.
Going for a wider turn. Looking at that speed 4. Contemplating his options here, what he could do to move. This is Colin looking to make the move, actually.
Yeah, Colin, expert at flying near the edges.
There's been a couple of really good players flying today. And yes, actually the entire tournament.
Yep. Tornfar Squadron.
Clarifying, this is the evil Tornfar, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Not that Patrick's evil. He just seems to like that. I don't know.
Yep. He's just drawn that way.
Definitely one of the more interesting. It's like this.
Yep. I think the chat is absolutely right. Now that I'm looking at this position, he's going to throw that MC80 distance 2 off the front bow of the Radis ship and get multiple targets in front. Going to give Colin a really bad decision. 2 damage. All right.
Which one was that, Garrett? The generic YT 2400 that Colin had is now dead.
Well, he's got a couple more of those. So.
The points are going close and close between the two players.
Absolutely.
And both heavy-duty competitors flying in this whirlpool in the center of the table.
Yep.
There's no gravity rift in there. Just
yeah, probably a good thing.
But it's funny to me. It just looks like they're circling around
that
center.
All right.
No contact with the asteroid. And I agree with you, Corsac. Those exographs definitely look hungry.
Dudana's Pride showing a nav. Let's see where it ends up.
And definitely taking a loop around the back side here.
Yep, he's making that turn, and I think if this Radis drop occurs, he's straightening it out. I don't think he wants to cut in, because that's going to be cutting right toward the front of the drop, I think.
Which flotilla is Patrick's TF? Tornfar, that would be the one that's on, well, let's see here. Do I have a better view? I think we have to wait until they move. But if I recall correctly, I believe it is the one in the center.
Hey, Garrett, could we get a clarification? Which GR is the Tornfar for Patrick? Yeah, is it in the center?
Yep, the one in the center.
Yes, Ken, you were correct. It is the center one. The center GR75 is the Tornfar for Patrick.
Still kind of waiting.
All right, looks like there's a nav on the MC30.
Looks like she's staying at speed 3.
Oh, yeah. Stay obstructive. Get out of the way. There's some pain coming very soon.
And I think Colin is well aware of that.
Yeah.
Really sitting there thinking they're going to mark the squadron and get it out of the way so they can lay down.
That's for sure. Yeah, got to get the right angle. And you know, when I was at the table, I saw, and Patrick seems to be doing the exact same technique. Colin and Patrick are both really good at putting the tools down, putting the markers down, putting a finger on it so nothing slides. They're really being precise, which is nice. They want to make sure that everything is as it should be. All right, let's see if the Exogorths get less hungry.
Exogorths.
Charbet. Oh!
Ooh, 3. That's going to...
Oh, burns
there
the
goes
scatter.
The scatter.
Yep.
That move where we actually see the brace earlier.
There we go again. All right.
Generic A-Wing takes 1. What else do we have here? Because there's a few more that can go.
All right, the next one. Let's see what they're going to... Shara again, another Exogorth. Oh!
Nothing.
Dodged the teeth of the Exogorth. Much like the Millennium Falcon and the asteroid in Empire Strikes Back. Yep, well, that Exogorth got a bite.
Yeah.
Yep, they got him. Lando.
It's Lando.
That's 2.
That's 2.
Patrick jokingly said Tornfar re-roll out the Exogorth. Not happening.
No, most definitely not.
No.
Be funny.
Yeah. If the Rebels started to draft Exogorths into their forces, that would be they're desperate. Their recruiting numbers are way down.
Yeah, really. Garrett, was that an A-Wing squadron that got eaten by the...
Yep. All right.
1 damage.
1 damage.
Against Dutch, we have 1 damage. Both tokens accuracy. That Exogorth is now done, and we're moving into the squadron phase proper.
Yes.
I think it's about a 1-point difference right now in score. I think it's 61 to 60 if my numbers are correct.
Pretty close, yeah.
This is going to go close. This may wind up being a 6-5. By the same token, this can easily open up.
Well, if that Radis drop allows him to evaporate a ship and move, he's going to be able to move around, and he's got certain ships that are going to be coming right in the... If he's dropping in the place I think, that I now think.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, we are.
And I am very curious to know. Taking a quick look, just determining if there's any other games that have finished. Not yet.
Not yet.
Taking a look, that is understanding of when they have to move things.
Yep.
Figuring out where they're going to move that to.
Yep, they're trying to figure out where they're going to move it.
And Patrick looks like he wants to keep right there. I'm going to suspect that we'll see an Exogorth right back on it.
Yeah, of course.
Here comes the other one.
Yep.
Very important to make sure the order of when things happen.
Yep.
The applause that was heard, I believe, was for the X-Wing tables across the hall.
That's right. Yeah, they just completed some event over there.
Colin activating.
Yep. Some of the spectators around the roped cordon, craning their neck to see where these guys are moving the squad ball and how they're maneuvering. Shara into a generic YT.
2 hits. What are we doing? We are
re-rolling, and there is 3. Oof.
Still alive.
Still alive, but man, that takes a chunk out of your hull.
That really will. Those YT 2400s only have 6 hull points.
Yep. All right.
Lando coming up into the fray.
Bringing that rogue energy. Some really fashionable capes.
Lando is rogue.
Yep. All right.
We have another 4 hits in that YT 2400, and there it goes.
Yep. It is
Patrick
done.
takes another 16 points.
Getting rid of those rogues. Oh, here come the Exogorths. Yep.
Exogorths placed down.
As we thought, just tucking them right in. Oof.
And I believe that will end turn 3. We are halfway through this game, going into turn 4.
Yep. Uh-oh. I hear the word Radis.
Round 4, it sounds like Radis is coming out.
Now, he can't be the first activation, or the MC80 can't be the first activation, so let's see. Ooh, let's see what this is. Is it a whole bunch of bad decisions?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
Likely. You know, it will be interesting if he can place that ship where there are 3 of them. Yep, in the front arc.
There it goes.
I wonder if he's going to try to put it back.
Thinking.
Well, if he can get that 3rd in the front arc, he can gunnery team.
He can.
But
wait, he's rethinking it.
He's rethinking. Oh, but he's got to be at blue, so maybe it'll be difficult for him to do that.
I think he might be able to do it, but I think one of them is going to wind up having to be sacrificed.
Yes, he can get both those. I was just thinking if he could turn the ship a little bit so that it would get the top one as well, then no matter which one he moves, he would have shots on 2 of those small base ships.
True, although you are...
See, he's trying.
Yeah.
See, that he's trying to do that, but he's trying to keep one of them
at
or
least
all of them in blue.
Yeah. I mean, you have gunnery teams on the MC80, so you
That's
want to attempt to take some use out of it, and clearly you're going to
Sure.
con-fire it.
Clearly. Is that where he's putting it? That's interesting.
And make sure it's within distance, too.
So he's going to double arc him. Oof.
Oh, actually, Stephen Brown puts up a good point. It can't be the first activation of the round.
That's
He
right.
is second player.
Right, but if he was able to get that double, or that arc on all 3 ships, whether red or blue, no matter which one Colin moves, there will still be 2 in that front arc that he could take advantage of gunnery teams on.
Yeah.
So it's tough because, like the chat says, you want it all in blue because you want to take full advantage of the full dice pool.
Right.
Especially with these small ships and their evades. You want to block out some of these defense tokens.
Right.
So he's really trying.
Really thinking through this one here.
Yep.
Speed 3
Speed
with
3.
the MC80.
Yowza.
That's some speed.
Yep. All right. Well, one of them is going to be out of blue for sure, but it's a long-range shot. So I'm thinking that one of the ones, it's going to be, I'm guessing it's going to be the one further down the screen in the middle that's going to move out of blue range.
I think so.
And so that the gunnery team is the red-blue shot on one and red on the other. But wow.
It's a very nicely painted Liberty. Patrick's got a couple of extra dials to set now.
Yes.
Thinking out his strategy for the second half of this game. Beginning of turn 4. Final day here or final round of day 2 here at Worlds at AdeptiCon. One more day to go.
Yep.
One more stream, 3 more matches after this.
After this, we will definitely be in the
Jaina's light nav.
Jaina's light nav. Let's see what.
Well, to be fair,
what happens.
if you look at Jaina's light, right?
All right, so Jaina's light is probably going to try to dodge out by doing a severe turn. Oh, she's going to fire first.
Side
Yep,
to front.
side to front.
Hit crit.
That MC80 doesn't care about that, not one bit.
No. Easily take it.
Yep.
Then I think it's going to move as far out of the way as it can.
Yep.
Colin really looking at his options. I guess I'd rather, if you have the choice, let it take a cheap flotilla rather than
That's right.
An MC-80.
Yeah, that flotilla, I'm guessing it's going to go bye-bye.
I think you might be right. Colin's flotillas, I'm fairly positive, are both moving at speed 3.
Yep, I'm guessing that's the fact. It's Kraken. He is usually good at keeping them. That's why he was ramming and keeping the speed.
Now, there's an interesting thought that Colin has. Go right into the side of the MC-80 and attack Patrick's CR-90.
Yep.
But I think this is probably going to be the safer move, is to run away.
Yep.
He's really thinking on how he wants to do this.
Yeah, he's got that long-range ruler out.
Winter Dictor has returned. Welcome back.
Yes. Back in the chat at a good time. You're about to see some wicked dice pools being rolled against
think we are.
some of these ships. All right, so Jaina's dodges still in long range.
Still in long range, but that's
Still
only
long.
3 dice instead of an additional 4.
Well, Spinal.
But actually, it's only going to be 2.
Obstructed.
Because of Kraken and speed. We're at speed 4 on that ship, I believe. Liberty.
Here comes the
being
Liberty.
Activated. Concentrate
Fire.
fire, but I
Yep,
think we were expecting that one.
Yep, we know what that's about. That's going to be all about the gunnery team. So we're going to go for that. We're going to delete that flotilla first, I think. So with gunnery team, he's got to spend the concentrate fire on this shot.
Yep. Larger group gathering around. There's about 15, 20 people watching Armada right now.
Yeah.
I think he's
definitely
shooting
some
after,
debate. There's lots of
Jaina's
pointing,
light.
lots of discussion.
Garrett's going to verify what we're shooting at.
Gathering the pool.
Front
to rear of the CR-90.
Front to the rear of the CR-90, and we have 2 crits and a hit.
All right, con fire here. Double.
Confire's a double.
But
5
it's an
damage.
extreme. So I think you're going to see pitching a defense token here to get rid of 2. Yep, he ditched the evade, so now he's got 2 damage. That's going to be good.
So we'll wind up taking some damage.
1 to the hull.
1 hull.
Oh, because he shot the rear. That's right.
Yep.
So 2. Oh, structural.
And it's a structural damage.
Yep, first structural of the stream. Ken,
yeah,
honor of you.
That's
All right, now here comes the transport. Here's all the blue dice.
gunnery team.
Oh, Jesus.
1 accuracy,
Yep,
2
that's
accuracies.
it. That's it.
And
4 damage and
4
2
damage,
accuracies.
yeah.
That's it. Yep, that takes it out.
I believe that was the 8R Talon one, Garrett.
Was that 8R Talon?
Tornfar. Tornfar.
Oh, he is chasing down Jaina's light. Look at that.
Wow. He wants that ship.
Apparently so.
Turn 4. I think Jaina's light might be in trouble. I think Colin's advantage here is being player 1.
All
They
right.
are using a squad dial.
Yep, squad dial. Here we go.
I'm going to put this back up because I'm fairly positive.
Good Dutch shooting evil Dutch. Let's see if Patrick's can hold on. Clearing out the tray. Yes. Let's see the roll. 3
3
damage.
hits.
Oh my goodness gracious. And that is all she wrote.
Dutch is taken down.
I think as he explodes, that's what they call a Dutch oven, right?
This score keeps going back and forth between the two players. There's only a handful of points separating them.
The MC80 deletes a flotilla. Colin comes in, deletes Evil Dutch. And actually, that's pretty close in points.
I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
16 versus 25.
Yep.
I mean, that's only a 9-point difference.
Patrick has to sit down after that one, looking carefully over his options. Colin doing some measuring.
So Patrick right now has a slight lead here.
Yeah, he's getting Dutch away. Yeah. Don't need to have those Exegors coming and chomp on his Dutch. Right. All right. Moving that squadron. Trying to make sure that that Exogorth is not getting well fed.
Well, keeping
Lando attacking the VCX. Let's see what Lando can do to it.
And that is 3.
Looks like it.
No, that's a 2 with an
2?
accuracy.
Oh, okay. 8R tap Lando.
Keeping tabs on everything going on here. Crowd is getting even a little bit bigger now. I think people are sitting down in the around the.
Lots of people interested in what's going on. All right, there's the move.
And that's going to end the activation for that GR75.
Yep.
Couple more tables have finished.
Yep.
There is a 10-1 and there are 2 10-1s involved.
I'm telling you, anything is possible.
Adjusting some tournament points here. Let's take a quick look at the board.
Yep. Torn Far navigating, popping that munitions resupply. We're going to see some concentrate fire tokens handed out. Prepping for another volley.
So there was a change here. James McCartney is now at the top of the tournament standings with 29 points.
Yep.
Actually, that would have happened after his match with Daniel.
Right.
With the 6-5.
I don't know if that's updated yet.
Adam's one of the 10 winners. He jumped up to second place, knocking Daniel down to third.
Yep. It's not working. Pen's not working. All right, let's see. Decisions.
Top 5 players have now finished their 4th game.
MC30 is showing a nav.
Checking some marks here.
Ooh,
double
okay.
arc
Double
for
arc
Shara.
Shara. Okay, VCX.
Yep. That's an accuracy.
X-Rax. Oh, okay. Interesting. Might happen. Okay. Scatter. Side into Shara for 1. Takes that damage.
Continuing to watching what's going on here.
Charabay's at 3. Not in immediate danger, but doesn't like taking that help.
I agree. Wish Porkins was in Armada.
Exactly. Hey, you never know. Rapid reinforcements 2 or 3, 4 or 5. Get Jet Porkins in there. All right, really looking to spin around, do that circular get out of jail free move that the MC30 does, which is speed 4 shenanigans. Getting out of the way.
How many more minutes in the round? We got about 45 minutes left in the round.
So if that MC30 moves that, all right, yeah, he's right up in that GR75's grill.
Yep.
And as first player, here's the choice. Jaina's Light to try to escape, or delete that GR75, because that MC30 can certainly do it. He's got H9s, and that is a flotilla killer.
Yep. 8 more games still going on, including our buddy John still playing.
Yep.
That is correct. That flotilla has not gone yet.
Yep.
Took another bot out in chat. That was fun.
Yep. All right, we see some rolling here.
We've got this is
Lando into Lando.
Yeah.
Little Lando on Lando action. Brace it.
2 damage.
Yep.
Measuring out some more squadrons here. That looks like a VCX. 2 damage.
All right.
Lando's surviving.
VCX into Lando. All right.
Okay.
8R to Evil Lando.
So Patrick's Lando has been 8R'd. Collins Lando on 2 hull. It looks like we might even have a long range shot here.
Maybe.
Then again, that is a flotilla, so you're not going to make that shot.
Dropping to speed 2. Oh, that looks like he's going to be flirting with a rock there.
I think he might just make it. Maybe the shield overlaps.
I don't know. That looks like an overlap. Looks like the dial. Yep.
Okay, hits the
the
rock.
rock.
The crit is
Shield failure.
Shield failure. There goes down 2 shields, I believe.
I think so. Yep.
Activating Dodana's Pride with a nav.
Okay. Now this is the one that's heading toward the MC 80. So let's see. Yeah, he's going to turn in a little sharper, try to avoid it, try to come up behind it, I think. Yeah, maybe it just won't get close. Doesn't want to mess with the spinals. Yep, there he goes. Still speed 3. Still taking advantage of that Kraken.
Well, you want to keep all these ships up at that speed, right?
That's right. That's right. This fleet, Collins' fleet really, really does. Radis is showing navigate.
Uh-oh.
Let's see where that CR
Where
goes.
is he going to go? Is he going to turn? No, he's going to go that way.
All right, turn it in. It's going to give him a couple choices here. After Colin moves that first ship, Patrick is positioning himself to maybe take some shots from downtown.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Engine
here's
tech.
the engine
Yep.
tech.
Here we go. And turn it in a little bit. Yep. Yep.
As long as he doesn't overlap that Extragorth.
Yep.
Looks like he's got plenty of room there.
Yep. Exegorth into Shara. Here we go.
What do we have? 2
Ouch.
damage.
Ouch. I'm wondering if he's going to brace that.
I'm guessing they blocked the scatter.
I'm guessing.
Waiting to hear back from our courtside reporter. 2 health.
2
left.
health. All right.
So I'm assuming that a brace was used.
Yep. YT.
It's YT1.
Just 1. Rogue Squadron. For 1.
Only 1.
All right. But activates him.
That Extragorth comes up. Both Extragorths
Yep.
come up. I think it's predominantly, most of these squadrons have already been activated.
Yep.
And now we're moving the obstacles. Again, trying to keep the Extragorths. Watching all our different camera views, there's only so many good spots. The problem is they're right in the center of the table.
Yes, that's right.
So this is going to be the best view for us.
Now they're going to move those obstacles.
This one going at 2. All right. Collins Lando. At least we're thinking it's Collins Lando.
He is the good Lando, yes. Into the VCX.
Shooting into a VCX.
Let's see what that roll is.
And
Ouch.
that is 3 hits. And,
and a change at 5.
setting
Popped
to
it.
5.
Oof. Killed that VCX.
There goes that VCX.
Ouch. Oh, he's got 1 left?
No,
okay,
1
so
left?
that was healthy. Oh. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Hanging on by a thread. That was clutch Lando shooting. Look at that, 5 hits.
Completely agree here.
All right, Evil
now,
Lando.
Evil Lando firing at Good Lando.
At Good Lando.
Good Lando, I think, only has 2 health left. That is 2 health. Was that destroyed?
He gets
Good
Good
Lando's
Lando.
been taken out, so Patrick does get points for Lando. That's 23
Well,
points.
Good Lando got a good shot in before he got eliminated, that's for sure.
Still anybody's game. Plenty of time. We're only
Yep.
in turn 4.
Yep.
Shara into Shara.
Shara into Shara. Uh-oh, they might be thinking. Nope. So I guess they're thinking better of that.
Well, I mean, do you really want to shoot at Shara?
Yep, Shara is not proof against Shara, Evil Shara's own counter.
No, most definitely not. That triple counter. People taking pictures, few movies of watching what's happening here at Armada. There go down the Extragorths.
Right in the scrum.
And we are about to go into turn 5.
Yes.
There is a good news bit here. We don't have to wonder if Radis is going to get dropped because he has already dropped that MC80. Well, really getting close on those Exergorts.
Yep. All right, round 5. Here we go. Setting those dials.
Dials being set, a very intense game. Titan against Titan. I am very curious to see what happens to Colin's Jaina's light, which is sitting there right now on the upper right-hand side of your screen. It is real close, and a little too close for comfort.
Honestly, I think that's got to be the first activation, right?
I don't think you have much other choice.
No.
I mean, it's chasing it away.
And I don't know if it'll be enough.
You're going to drive into a corner, and the worst part there is you are...
Yep, and the rear has no shield, so he's...
Jaina's light,
Jaina's light, navigate, and he's got to turn, because do you want to keep the rear of that ship pointed near that MC80? I think he's got to... Oh, well, he's going to shoot first.
Shoot first.
All right, side to front. One on the front. That MC, it's like spinning in a freight train.
Another hit.
Yeah, another hit. He's just going to take it and say, I don't care.
And now we're going to go for probably a heck of a turn here. You're trying to figure out exactly where.
Now here's the deal. Don't forget, this is Mon Cairn. So he can spend 1 defense token. If he can get out of the way for an evade, great. If not, redirect.
Maybe?
I mean,
we're talking
it's
one
all
heck
about math.
of a turn here. This is going to be millimeter close precision, folks.
Yeah, it's oh my goodness, it's going to be so close to the edge of the mat. That turn isn't going to make it. Ooh, it's
coming
gonna be
right
tough.
at us. We don't know how close this is going to be.
Inside turn. There are a lot of people on their feet looking at this range ruler.
That includes you and me.
That includes you and me. Oh, this is going to be close. Colin flies near the borders. Let's see how good he is. Oh, trying the other way maybe. I don't think that's going to dodge the front arc, but oof.
He's sitting down really thinking about what he wants to do. I think it's important.
He may have to drop speed to 3. All right, very careful measurement. How many? Garrett? How long? All right, 30 minutes left in the match, just announced by the AMG judge.
Colin taking his time. He wants to make sure he does this right.
Yeah, that front arc from that measure looks like it's going to be long range all the way to the edge of the map that way. He's measuring long the other way. There's just not a lot of great options here.
Crowd getting closer to almost 25 now.
I think so. Crowding around. They want to see what's going to happen.
Perimeter here around the play area.
This is one of those pivotal moments. Oh my goodness.
I'm sweating myself right now.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if he goes to 3, I think he stays on, but he's going to get shot pretty hard.
I'm trying to show you a little bit more here of what Colin's looking at.
They're discussing the clicks.
Going back and forth here. This might be probably the best view you have.
Yep. Overhead is definitely the best view.
CR90. Well, it's worth noting that
lock it in.
Speed 3. Ooh, we've locked it in. We are going to
Speed 3. Speed 3. He had to stay on the board, and this opens up the opportunity for Mon Cairn to come in with the red dice.
Just out?
Oh, he's in.
He's in, and that looks like that's
he's well in.
A shot into the rear.
Yep.
So very close.
Radis CR90 activating. Flak into Shara Bay.
Wow.
Good Shara Bay takes.
One hit.
A hit. LTT.
Bringing in 2 blacks, there's 2 more. That's 3.
Oh. That gets her. That gets her.
Colin
Wow.
loses Shara Bay for 17 points.
Good Shara down. Uh-oh.
Die going full out.
Yeah, there was a die that was thrown and
That-
went flying.
That went one heck of a distance.
Yeah.
It landed as an accuracy outside, about 40 feet away. CR90,
right.
CR90. 2 hits, I believe. It's fine.
Now it'll be interesting to see which way this turn happens. Ooh, that's dangerous.
Depends on what you're trying to accomplish, because
Yep.
if you want to actually, I think he might ram. Yep.
Yep. Ram. That's one way to take care of a flotilla.
That is one way to
Just
take
run
care
right
of
into
it.
the butt of it. Oh, did he fit? Nope.
Oh.
Oh, he's going to engine
Oh.
tech for the ram. All right. Wow. There it is.
Wow.
And that takes out the flotilla. Okay. So that CR90 turning into a missile.
That is insane. I believe that was the Adar Talon one too, wasn't it?
I think
that's
so.
another 32 points.
All right.
Now we're just kind of more or less guesstimating what the point spread is. We'll go over that
Right.
once the game is complete. We do not know for sure what it will be. Dodonna's Pride's going to activate.
Yep.
Still a few games going. Looks like 6.
Yes. Squadron Command with Dodonna's.
Colin making sure he gets his ships away.
Okay, YT's getting out of there.
Does not want to allow too many ships, or squadrons rather, to be eaten up by those exegorts.
Yep. Flacking. Gets him.
Yep. He got
Oh.
the VCX.
Yep. Wow. Each side of the player's area are filling up with ships that have been destroyed. Ooh. All right, here comes the CR90 shot. Ooh, 2. Redirecting that.
Wow. This is coming down. I'm starting to bite my nails, Adrian.
Yeah, yeah.
Trying to figure
Oh,
out
going
where
right
we're
down
going to
into the
place
middle.
that next. Colin's making some decisions.
Yep.
There's a couple different options. Might be able to take out one of the transports. Very curious to see where that Liberty winds up.
Yep. Ooh, misses the rock.
It does. Well, that'll keep it around for a while yet.
Yep.
Both players really thinking hard, trying to figure out what to do next.
That's right. Torn far,
Torn
showing
far,
navigate.
Getting out of the way.
Yep.
Positions that GR75 away from things.
Well, we've
Might
got
have
the
a side
MC30
shot.
left to go.
Yep.
We've got the hammer left to go.
Players applying chapstick.
Yeah.
Players having a little bit of a laugh.
Yep. Applying some lip balm. it's dry in here. I have to say, it is a really, really dry environment here in this hall. Absine 30 nav. So let's see what this guy's going to do with it. Is he going to ram that flotilla? He's in medium, so he'll shoot first. Yep, let's see what that does. That's a hit. Scatter that.
I was anticipating seeing that.
If he goes to ram him, flacking. Oh. Okay, flacking out. There's a hit.
One.
Shara scatters it. Lando takes one. Yep, I think he's dialing up for a hit.
I think he might be. That'll definitely keep the MC80 to be fine.
Yep. And his first player, like I said, that MC30 has H9s. It's a flotilla killer. It doesn't care about that scatter, not even a little bit, and it should delete that for next round.
Yeah, that definitely is going to be a ram into that GR75.
Yep.
I believe that's 8R Talon.
2 on 8R Talon.
One more and that flotilla will go away.
Yep.
Patrick activating his next ship.
Here comes Mon Karen. Navigate. So not Confire.
Well,
so
at
here's
speed
the shot.
3, it needs to stay on the board.
It sure does. And it'll have some trouble. So let's see with the gathering up the red dice here. That's its pool plus spinal. Obstructed shot to the rear. And it is
2 accuracy, only 1.
LTT. Confire. Token. All right.
So we've got 2.
Blocks the redirect. So he's going to. So I wonder if he's going to throw it. Oh, man. It's tough. Just cancel 1.
Well, he has to survive.
But, he cancels the crit. Okay. So I think he's on 1 hull right now. Yeah.
3 hits.
Oh. Now what's he going to do?
You are in a position now, Adrian, where Jaina's light here on Colin's side. You are first player. Depending on where this MC80 sits. Because you could potentially stay out of arc, but you can't ram the Liberty. You're running out of shields. You have no hits available.
Look, there he goes. He's going to go.
And I think
he's going to go speed 2 just like that. Yep, and now he's, so if he lets that guy go, no matter where Jaina's ends up, it's going to be an arc.
I think
might even be blue.
Might be doubled also, and possibly in blue.
Yep.
Hard to tell exactly from this angle.
And I think you have to go Jaina's first.
I think you need to. Squadron phase.
Squadron command on the GR75. They're just
decisions being made.
Just throwing lots of dice at each other's squadrons, trying to get those points. Shara into the generic YT, clearing the dice tray.
And there is one.
Whoa. All right.
Checking some ranges here.
Question on Colin's Jaina's light, and I believe it is at 3 cards. Let me double check that. Garrett, can you confirm that Jaina's light for Colin is at 3 cards? 3 cards, yep. So 1 more. That's all is needed.
Colin's Jaina's light's holding on just by a little bit.
By a thread. Yep, 1 hull left. All right, Patrick trying to get out of the way. Well, he's not going to avoid the ram there.
No. But that's not going to be a very even exchange.
No, I think Patrick is a little frustrated. He can't get away from that MC30. That MC30 is going to turn into a missile. Exogorths into squadrons. Here we go.
All right, so Exogorths first.
All right.
That is 1.
Yep, there's a hit. Takes out that squad. That YT.
And the other Exogorth.
Nope, now they're moving the obstacle.
Anything to shoot at. Yeah, there we go. That'll be for turn 6, trying to get the maximum number.
Yep, for sure.
Asteroid getting moved now. I think there's only a handful of squadrons left to shoot with. Looks like Dutch first. Into Shara Bay.
Ouch.
That's with
brace to 1. She's on 1 health. Counter 3. Let's see what the counter is.
The counter.
Ouch. That's
that
2.
Looks like 2.
And it's going to brace it to 1. Yep. All right. I think we might see Lando here.
Think so. And we got Range Ruler hanging out right by
Yep. It's like
Lando. Watching the rounds. Still a few games to go.
Yep. Lando into the YT. Let's see what he can do.
Right.
Ouch, that's a lot of damage.
4
That's 4.
damage,
Oh,
and
there
that
it
takes
goes.
the YT out.
Lando and his stylish capes.
He does have a lot of stylish capes.
Yes, yes.
Social General Rob, thank you for being with us.
Yes.
When you wake up tomorrow and join the rest of this stream, you'll see exactly what happened, because there's still time.
We will still be here.
Yes.
Round 6.
All right, we are finishing up the squadron phase. Exocross have been placed out.
Pivotal round 6.
This is the last turn.
This is for all the marbles. Close contest so far, Ken.
It really is. And I am impressed with the entirety of what we've been seeing.
Yeah,
here
how
today.
can you not be? I mean, just the decisions that they give each other. Man.
Yeah.
There's no good way to deal with either of these fleets, and they're just slogging it out as best as they can.
There really isn't. Colin thinking about what he wants to do here. He's got a couple different options. Not 100% sure what I would do in a situation like this, Adrian. I mean, I probably would move my Jaina's Light and try and get it.
Well, here's a thought.
Around the corner,
so
but
Jaina's Light is going to be destroyed no matter where you move, likely. So do you then go for the for sure GR75 kill with the Ram with the MC30? Maybe. Get the points, you know? Because Jaina's, I just think Jaina's trapped.
I think you're right. I don't think there's much that you can do there.
Right. I mean, even moving speed 4 with a tight turn. MC30 nav. See, I think that was the right call. I think he's going to get the points for that GR75 with the Ram, turn into a missile. The GR75 points are his, and then Jaina's is gonna go the way that she was destined to go. And there it is.
Given your alternative option there, it's you might risk not getting the CR.
That's right,
GR75.
Because then Patrick would have moved that GR75 out of the way and perhaps not been able to be caught.
We're clearly
if I were
firing
Patrick,
at,
I would have dialed up a nav on it.
Yeah. Patrick prepping for his. We're going to go to the.
Remember,
the full screen on this one.
Remember, dice are dice, but statistically speaking, Mon Karen Navigate.
And they can totally betray you at a moment's notice.
Front to front. Here we go. He's gathering them up. They're at medium range. Let's see what this roll looks like. This is going to be a little crazy. No accuracies. No accuracies. But you know, it's Mon Karen, so he's got one token to use.
Right.
That's it. So any token that you use, this is a dead Jaina's Light.
Dropped it down 1.
Yep. I mean, he did the right thing. He threw away the token to get him to re-roll the 2.
Right.
That's the use of the 1 token, but deleted Jaina's. Now let's see if Patrick can keep it on the table. Yep, he can.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, he was able, with the nav, he was able to drop the speed down. And
that's
how
correct.
He did it.
That's correct. Tears are falling on the table. There is much lamentation at the passing of Jaina's Light. They are still chatting about what's going on back there. Now it's going to battle of the CRs that are pointed away from each other, and it's going to come down to some squads. Dodonis Pride shooting from the rear.
Accuracy.
Very accurate. The side. All right.
2 there.
Yep, 2 there. Patrick just taking it. Redirected it. Okay, now he's got to move.
Getting close to the end of our coverage for today.
Yes.
We will be back tomorrow morning closer to 8 a.m. Supposed to 9 to be able to get all 3 games in.
All right, they're flacking into Dutch now, as we suspected. It's going to come down to try to delete some squads. Let's see if they can get some more points. Oh! That was big. That was a big roll. And it, Jiminy Christmas.
I have no words.
No.
Adrian, no words.
I think he has a brace, though. Yeah, he braced it to 2. But still, unreal.
Patrick's dice here at the very end of the game has just completely come alive.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the understatement of the day.
Yeah, unbelievable.
This is round 6. Exergort still have the opportunity to eat a few things.
All right. All right, Exogorth into Shara. So we're going to see some big chompy worms take a bite of Shara Bay. Oh,
Shara
man.
is eaten.
And 2 accuracies. That's what was needed. Holy cow.
That is
that Exogorth,
amazing.
MVP medal, big space worm. Holy cow. All right, let's see what other exact dice rolls that they can pull out of their heinies. Here we go. Okay,
just,
Swan, but an accuracy.
one.
All right,
No.
no, Swan. Still damage. Here we go. More chomps. Accuracies. Jiminy
now the accuracies are
There's the
coming
handshake.
out.
Applause from
Good
all
game
around. There's
for
at least
everyone.
30 or 40 people gathered around watching this table. This game was crazy.
Big crowd
Wow.
here, and definitely huge thank you to the entirety of the people here.
Yes.
Both players. This has been outstanding work on both of them. They're going to put together their scores,
their preliminary
and
scores,
else.
yeah, and see where they're at. Man, this is close. It's close.
This has been a fun game, guys. And Garrett is coming back into the studio in just a minute. He is going to grab the scores, and then he's going to give us our report from the table side. We're going to give Adrian a little break here.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing it overhead. It was mostly in the middle. It was great. But Garrett, nose in the battle. He'll be able to give a little more color on exactly what the thought process, because there was a lot of banter going back and forth between Patrick and Colin. 2 top-tier players with a lot of knowledge, discussing back and forth the certain rules, maybe some clarifications, and what their thinking might have been. It'll be a great perspective to see, because this, man, what a fight. Rebel on rebel action.
Completely agree. And you know what? We have everyone in chat here saying the same thing. This is a great game between these 2 players.
Absolutely.
Especially here in this end final round for day 2. We're looking at taking 26 people in the field and dropping them down to 8.
Down to 8. Yeah, I mean, and if this game is any indication of the level of competition, which it is,
Yes.
that we're seeing here, all 26 are worthy to move on. It's just, let's see where the points fall.
And tomorrow is going to be tough. Tomorrow will be a group of outstanding individuals, some great fleets that are going to get pulled into the tournament for tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm sad that there's only going to be 8, but there'll be 4 tables
Right.
of Armada being covered.
Yes. Oh, man, it's great. Great stuff. Let's see. We're doing the preliminary calculations here, and let's see where we're at.
We're definitely
So
taking
the unofficial result. Garrett, do you want to take over and give the unofficial result with Ken? Oh, okay. Hang on. So Colin 145, unofficial.
Yep.
And
Patrick,
Patrick
327?
327. So a 182 MOV. 8-3.
That is an 8-3.
Oh.
Assuming that is the correct calculation, I think they're double checking there. Oh, Chip
Yeah, here,
Bannister,
let's,
thank you so much
let's
for
get,
the contribution here.
Want to get Garrett in? Yeah,
Yeah,
for
bring
the
Garrett in. I want to hear what he has to say. Not that I don't like you, Adrian, but I want to hear what Garrett has to say at the table side here. Because let's be honest, Garrett, welcome back into the booth here. You had an opportunity to get really close
Hey, everybody,
and
yeah.
see this action, and unique view. What was your perspective on the game? Because you were kind of telling us what was going on. You had some reactions because you were right there with the
I
players.
was really nervous about where he was going to drop this. He kept waiting to drop them on Karen round 4, and I thought he was going to trap all the flotillas. But it really stinked when he kept to keep his Kraken obstruction. He kept ramming his flotillas, and that was devastating because he only lost those flotillas because they rammed.
Yes.
To move, and he could have used those flotillas to activate his squadrons to get him out of the way. The Exogorths were brutal this game.
They really were.
They hit every time, and every time they hit, they activate. Jaina's Light just couldn't get away. I gotta say, when he was measuring out that last move to see if he could escape the Moncaran's long range, when I looked down the table toward the side and he had on the turn on speed 4, I think he could have made it. I think he could have stayed on the mat and escaped long range, but he chose to go back to 3 just out of sake because it was either run off the board or die. I think I would have risked running off the board personally. I think I would have done it. I knew it was dead anyways. I would have tried to fit that millimeter in.
It was close from our perspective here.
Right.
We weren't sure. It was one of those. I agree with you. If it was me, I would have looked at it and I would have tried.
Went for it. And then the squadron game. Oh my gosh! If every time someone rolled, if it wasn't free 4 damage,
yeah,
it was ridiculous. Both Landos were rolling 5 at a time. It seemed like they chucked all their tokens to generate, and then everything that needed to happen for Patrick to pick up an extra point kept happening. Unbelievable. And poor, he couldn't roll a blue crit to save his life.
No. And that's Colin's entire fleet is built on those blue crits.
I was just like, this time. It just never happened. It just every time he's rolling, it made me anxious. Man. But Patrick did an amazing job of controlling where those Exogorths were going to drop. He did an amazing job of moving the obstacles to control where the Exogorths were going. Wow. So, it really stinks because, I really wanted to see the 0 to hero thing here, but I'm afraid about what will happen with tournament points. But we got to wait for official results to know because only the top 8 can go. But this is a big win for Patrick and that Radis fleet.
Well, from what I gather, the 0 to hero prize, we don't even know what that prize is, but we know that it exists. But if I'm going to guess, and Adrian's kind of mimicking it, we think it's going to be another medal. But if the 0 to hero, even if he finishes today, and let's say Colin is the one person over Damon, I think Damon and Colin are the only 2 from LCQ.
That is correct. Last
Whichever one, if they both get knocked out today, then whoever's positioned highest, I believe, gets it. Now that's my understanding, folks. So I could be wrong. The right person to ask would be Derek Schultz. He's not here in the booth, so we can't ask him. But do we see him lying around?
I don't see him.
In either case, I'm sure he's remarkably.
I gotta say, I see the chat's asking about Gar. The Gar game just finished, so we don't know the results of that either. They were the top table.
No, they were the top table. Were they like 3 or so, or they were
table 2 or 3.
There's 7
It was
maybe.
right here. I
Let's
believe
see.
Jason Hewley and Nicholas Larson.
Jason Hewley had
he's
a
Onager. Nicholas right there.
There you go. Nicholas was one of the Bale fleets.
Yep.
So
we'll be interested to see how that turned out.
we'll
don't
find
know.
out soon.
Yep.
Right there off table 2.
Wow.
But there are, in addition to this game, well, this game just finished. They're going to submit their scores momentarily.
Yep.
There are another 3 games still in progress.
Yep. And I think they finished. I think we're just waiting to give their official results because I think time is elapsed and they just got to finish their current round.
It seems to me like there's only about 4 minutes left
Yep.
officially in the round, and then I do believe, well, at the rules for Armada tournament state that
Finish
when
the
time
round.
is called, you finish that round. So if you just started round 6 now or start it in the next 45 seconds, you will complete the entirety of
Yes.
round 6 or round 3, depending on where you happen to be.
To answer the chat here, yeah, there was a dice prize. Actually, a dice prize was given to every participant
Yes.
in Worlds. Every participant, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, that was an excellent prize. There was a lot of really good prize giveaways here by Atomic Mass Games to
Yes.
all the Star Wars Armada players. I mean, I would say as players, everyone has been treated remarkably well with prize gear.
Yes.
And you know that's a great showing. And I want to say that the prize support, the support for the community, the game by Atomic Mass Games has actually been incredible.
Yes.
This
is an amazing turnaround day, I gotta say, as far as Armada goes.
Yeah, the news that we've received, we had, let's look at it this way, 4 excellent streams that we had today. And this is, again, every match was a nail biter. It was exciting, it was fun. And this is exactly the kind of Armada that you want to see
Yes.
at this level.
Yes. So I hope everyone's appreciated all the streams. We appreciate everybody who's been watching. But yeah, what are we gonna go to just a pause and then come back?
I think what we're going to do is we're going to kind of pay attention a little bit here. I'm going to refresh the screen just to see if there's 2 tables left running now.
It looks like I can see there. It looks like Nick and Rob are still battling it out.
They're still battling it out. So I think what we're going to do is we will take a little break, probably only be maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And then we'll come back as soon as we are allowed to give you the full tournament standings. I think, Garrett, you and I will come back and provide them.
Yep, we will.
And then that way you can understand where we're at. Because in theory, we might be able to do it just before they're officially released on T4.
I think so. Perfect. All right. And thank you for the compliment. We try to stay professional here at Ion Radio.
Well, thank you very much for everyone in the chat. The overall response to what we've been doing, the coverage we've been providing has been all positive. We've heard a bunch of great things from the AdeptiCon staff who have also been telling us this, the TOs for this, and I even got a few good words from Atomic Mass Games. And how about having Will Schick on the channel earlier, spending some of his time here? We know that he's busy with a variety of different things.
But still appreciates and enjoys Armada and was watching the game as it unfolded.
And had, we had a side conversation afterwards and a little bit before. I mean, he has an idea of exactly how this game's played, what the different ships are, and what is going on in the game. I mean, he's the first to admit he doesn't play it all the time, but he can't because he's got a ton of work he has to do with so many different games. So hats off to them, and thanks again to Atomic Mass Games, giving him the opportunity to come out here and us to have the opportunity to talk to him.
Yep.
Especially on stream.
I know. What a pleasure.
So we are going to, it is 7:45 right now. I'm going to say we will return right around 8 o'clock, maybe even a little bit earlier. So we are going to take a slight break. We're going to grab some water, check out what this other table is doing, and then come back on live momentarily. So stay tuned in the chat. We'll update you there. Otherwise, give us probably about 10-15 minutes, and we will return. So thanks again for watching. Stay tuned. Okay, everyone, we are back, and the tournament standings, I've just been given the okay by the judges to go through it. So all rounds and matches in round 4 have been completed, and we now know who the top 8 are. I'm going to do a special shout out though for place number 9. That is Colin, who was just on the table.
Literally a tournament point.
Yes. But here's what we have for number top 8. So let's start talking about that. So Jason Hewley has made the top 8, coming in first at 29
That
points.
Doninger list, we've seen him on the stream a couple times now.
We have. Then we've got James McCartney, who is next, another Onager interdictor list.
That's correct.
Also on our stream.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a trend here.
Yeah, right.
Adam Newton, who we may know as Angry Ewok,
At the beginning
has
today.
managed to get in. He was on the first part of the stream. So folks, you're seeing the trend here. And then we have Black Admiral, Daniel, who was on the stream, who made it in at 4th place.
4th place today, yep.
Amen, Daniel from Team Poland.
And he was also on the stream yesterday.
Twice.
Next up, Patrick, I believe it's Dupe.
Yep, Patrick Dupe, who just clinched it with his Radis win.
And
Just the nail biter that we just saw.
so again, another person on the stream. That is the top 5 that are on the stream. Next up, Sebastian Rauscher.
Real Veers.
Real Veers.
That name sounds familiar.
It does. Why?
Second
He was
game
on the
today.
stream. And then we move down to Nicholas Larson, who has a Bale fleet. I don't think we've seen him,
This
though.
we have not. Nope, this is that Y-Wing Swarm Venator 2.
Venator 2 list with the Pelta, Anakin Axe kickback as part of that squad ball mix.
Big 134 Republic list.
So we do have a Republic
Yep.
list that did make it into day 3. And then finally, Justin Rasmussen. We have not seen him on the
Not
stream
on stream
either.
this time, nope.
But he's got a Kraken list, so go Kraken.
Another CR90 Kraken list.
Yep.
Tough list.
Back for revenge.
Yes. So when you take a look at overall factions, it's 1, 2, 3 Empire lists.
Yep.
4 Rebel lists.
And one Republic.
list. So
CIS
CIS
didn't make
did
it.
not make it. In fact, the closest CIS got would be
13th place with Damon.
13th place with Damon, who was also on the stream.
He was.
Actually, we've had quite a few different people on the stream
We have
today.
not very many repeats, just a couple, but disappointed to see all 4 factions not make it, but that's just the way she goes. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I was not expecting this strong of a showing from the Rebel faction. But, I mean, I'm amazed at what wound up coming into play.
Yep.
And then, Empire. But, again, you expect Empire and Rebels to do well. But, man, an opportunity for a Gar fleet.
Gar made it. Agate didn't make it.
Agate
Just
did
I would
not
point
make
that
it.
out. Agate didn't make it.
No. When you start looking at the Admirals, right? We have an Akbar. We have Riken. Now, there's one we've not seen in a while. We
Radis.
just saw Radis and Kraken.
What a diverse spread here.
You know, interestingly enough, all of those admirals, though, where Agate might not be as much, those admirals for the Rebel side are finesse admirals. You have to really be able to maneuver and take advantage of that Rebel maneuverability to either get them into place or go real fast.
Completely agree.
Play,
Yeah.
they can make them work.
Because if you don't, you're flying off the board.
Yep.
You're not taking advantage of the commander's ability. Like, for example, if you're flying Kraken at speed 2, you're not getting any realistic help there. But still, incredible what wound up happening today. We had 4 outstanding streams. I had a lot of fun. And I've got a special thank you to both of you guys for helping out today and yesterday. I think we had 2 great days
I think we did.
with the 3 of us here.
And you know what? We got a special thank you to you, Ken, for letting us join you.
Agreed. This is a blast.
Well,
So much fun.
You know, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. You'll notice that John did not get listed in the top 8. Again, I pretty much am positive he just wanted to be back here.
I think you're going to see his beautiful mug right here tomorrow.
So we will be back up to a 4-man team tomorrow, providing just a little bit extra coverage. We're going to probably have a judge dedicated to just hanging out around the table. So we might have an opportunity to talk to 1 or 2 of the other ones that are here. Maybe we'll have another surprise guest. Who knows? I mean, wouldn't it be great if like Mark Hamill or Sam Witwer stopped by? I mean, I don't think that's going to happen.
We're getting some real high hopes now.
But nonetheless, still ton of fun, and I hope everyone on stream, or not on stream, but on chat that was watching us throughout all of the last 3 days is able to, you know, that you guys have had fun, that we did good coverage, you could understand what was going on, and, you know, if nothing else, it was something enjoyable, especially for something as big as Worlds.
Absolutely.
So I'll let each one of you, if you've got some final thoughts wrapping up these first 2 days and heading into tomorrow.
Hey, I'm just ready to get here tomorrow, get the top 8 done. So boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's start throwing some dice.
Absolutely, it's going to be mayhem tomorrow. You thought today was nail-biting action. Tomorrow, top 8. It's going to be awesome.
All right, so my predictions for top 8 is that John is going to be back here talking about it for probably all 3 streams. Yep. My voice will not be gone by the end of Sunday.
He's holding strong.
Yeah,
he made it this far. He's going to make it.
I'm going to be participating in all the 3 streams that we have left. I'm a little sad that we only have 3 to go.
Yep.
But I'm also, you know, aware that we can't keep doing this day after day after day, even though that would be fun for maybe 2 more days.
Yeah, I would bounce after that.
So on behalf of the entire Ion Radio crew, including Garrett, Adrian, John, and Ryan, so long from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg, and you've been watching the Star Wars Armada 2023 World Championships here at AdeptiCon on Ion Radio. Thanks again for watching.